Hello, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Shan Buddi and welcome to my channel. In this new series, we will be talking about JavaScript. We will specifically focus on what is JavaScript, how we use JavaScript on our web pages to customize, to get a user feedback, to make our web pages more interactive, especially in validating forms and other tasks. JavaScript is a very cool language that allows us to control our web content and what users is able to see and what not dynamically to some extent at a user end. Okay, so in this new lectures, we will be talking more about what is Java and how we use JavaScript very easily and conventionally. If you are here for the first time, don't forget to subscribe the channel, hit that bell icon so you receive all the lectures as you go along and you get the notification for them. So let's begin. Now, traditionally what happens is that we have a browser, users enter some requests on the browser. That information is sent to the web servers using GET request. Then those web servers basically respond to the user containing some package which has something called HTML, CSS and JS, JavaScript. Okay, a user typically or a browser typically handles HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Usually you would have lots of other languages within our web development courses, but typically whenever we talk about a browser and a user, the user and the browser basically are focused and concerned with what they get as an output, which is again generated using only HTML, CSS and JS. Okay, so primarily we try to focus on these three languages at the mid browser level. At the back end, there can be many other tools we will be talking about as we go along throughout this particular course. So a browser basically is concerned with HTML, CSS and JS, and we have been talking about HTML, CSS in our previous lectures. From now on, we will be working more on JS. So when we work with our browsers, basically HTML, CSS and JavaScript is something that we need to focus on, because whatever the content the user sees is basically created using HTML, designed using CSS and controlled to a certain extent using JavaScript. Okay, so this is how basically we put it. HTML is used for content creation or whatever the content is and structuring that content on our browser. The CSS actually designs that content or designs that data, how that design in terms of its display in its user interface is being organized on a screen. It doesn't create or work with the data. CSS only designs it. HTML structures it. JavaScript controls it. It provides some user controls, it provides some user interactivity, it provides some user validations and so on and so forth. Okay, it performs some calculation as well. So all these three basically work at your browser level, at a user level. Okay, and then we work and user basically needs to work with that things. Backend involves something called server-side programming. Those can be like PHP. So we are not concerned with that. We are concerned with HTML, CSS, JavaScript right now. We have been talking about these three previously. Now JavaScript is what we will be discussing more in detail. So now, what is itself JavaScript? JavaScript is basically a very simple programming and scripting language that allows us more interactivity on a web page. It is interpreted language, so basically there is no compiling. As you type the code, it gets interpreted, it gets executed on your browser. It runs on the client's computer, so it doesn't run on the server side. That's the major advantage. You write the code, it executes right there on every single different PC. So what that basically means that it controls the interactivity at a client's end. So whatever you write is actually executed on a client's PC, and whatever the client's behavior is, based on that it makes a decision. So it can be a uniform or a unique, sorry, not a uniform, it can be a unique behavior on every single different platforms. That's what makes it more more appealing, because HTML has the same behavior on every single system. CSS, same behavior on every single system. But JavaScript, or through JavaScript, we can change that behavior and display what the user might able to see, might not, how the behavior should occur is basically controlled using JavaScripts. Then JS basically is, if we talk about in general terms, an object-oriented language. It is in platform independent, so basically whatever you write mostly will be executed on every single platform, whether it's a mobile device, whether it's a PC or Linux, or basically Windows or Apple systems. It is platform independent. It has a huge amount of inbuilt functions and certain inbuilt libraries that we use. It is capable of exception handling. If you're coming from programming languages like Java, we do a very good exception handling in Java that can also be done in JavaScript, which basically means that we can handle errors very nicely. Okay, it allows certain anonymous functions as well. We will talk about that in later on sections. So these are the major features of what we call JavaScript are. Simply speaking, what is JavaScript? It's a server-side language. It adds interactivity to HTML. As a simple user, that's what two major things. It's a simple scripting language. It's not very difficult. One major thing, it is not directly related to Java. It is sometimes, because it uses the word Java, so we assume that it is purely Java, which is now adopted for a web browser. That's not the case. In fact, there is no direct relation with the Java and JavaScript. Java is something different. JavaScript is something different. Java is considered as a programming language, purely object-oriented programming language. However, JS is basically considered as a server-side, client-side scripting language. It's a scripting, not purely programming. It adds an interactivity. It is a very lightweight programming language. It is basically embedded into HTML. So you use it individually, but primarily we use it as an embedded HTML code. Okay, similarly, interpreted language, which basically means it's not compiled like Java. Java is a compiled language. However, JS is what we refer to as an interpreted language. It is interpreted, it is executed line by line, code by code, and it's free of cost. That's the major advantage. You don't have to pay, you don't have to download expensive softwares, you don't need expensive systems. It is absolutely free of cost. You can use it as simply, as quickly as possibly. As long as you have a browser, you can use it. So you can very easily use it. It's nothing to worry about. What is again HTML? In JS, in terms of a simple illustration, HTML is just a raw data. It's just like the skeleton of your content. It provides the structure, basic structure to your raw data. CSS gives it a design, colors, layouts, feel and look. It gives a nice theme. JS basically gives us a life. It provides that interactivity where the people, the user, can interact with the code and do various behavioral changes based on their own interactions. Okay, that's basic definitions. Now let's get more inside JavaScript. What can JavaScript do? Basically, JavaScript can put dynamic text into HTML. Okay, so for example, you make some decision, and based on that decision, the user gets to see what he has written. So it basically can do a dynamic decision or dynamic code at the runtime based on the user's behavior, which we use, for example, document.write. Again, we will talk about document.write as we go along later on. So what we do is we put dynamic content on our web browser right there and then, based on some user decisions what they make. We take the decisions, we process it, and then give them this different output without actually going into server side anything. Previously with HTML, CSS, you cannot do that. Whatever you write in HTML gets printed. That's it. You cannot change it. But now you can dynamically change the content. Then we go into JavaScript can react to events. That's the most essential thing. That's how the interactivity comes into play. It has a built-in functions that allows you to interact and react based on what you click, mouse over, mouse down, keyboard keys, whatever user is doing based on his input devices. The system can behave, the web page can behave and adopt. That's how interactive games are also developed. That's why the interactive games are also developed using JS. JavaScript can read HTML and write HTML elements. What JavaScript can do is it can read your HTML components, it can write the HTML components, it can change the HTML components dynamically based on certain events that you perform. JavaScript can be used to validate the data. This is the most essential component of JavaScript that we tend to use very commonly. Whenever you fill in a form, whether it's email form, login form, password form, whether it's your data, every form has to have a validation. Whether you require a phone number but you enter ABC, that's validation. I need an email address, but instead of email address you just wrote ABC. You left certain forms blank, whether it's a blank or not blank. So every form validation requires to be done using JavaScript at a client end before sending the data to the server. So instead of sending the data to the server and the server finds, oh, the email address is in correct form, then it sends a request back to the client. Takes a lot of time. So what we do is we make the decision right there on the client's PC. You have entered incorrect email address, or your name is small, or your password should have 15 characters and you have only entered 5 characters. So we can make that decision right there on the PC. Then it has something called objects and properties. This is again very common thing. JavaScript basically behaves and it considers your HTML elements as objects. and then it can work on those objects, and then it creates its own properties. So for example, it can take your document as an object, the web page that you see, it can work on it. It can take your table, forms, button, images, and it works on it as an object, and then it takes its properties and changes its properties. So for example, the background color of your page, the entry, the form that you enter, the data within each form can be read and processed. So that data is basically considered as a values, as a properties, and the text field that's been written in, or the form that's been written in, is considered as an object. Then JavaScript also contains something called methods. There are pre-built methods that we use to write the data, to open certain files, to process certain files, to give some alerts, and so on and so forth. So there are lots of methods available, and we create those functions and methods ourselves as well to process the code very quickly and easily. Okay, so with JavaScript you use certain built-in methods. With JavaScript you create your own methods to perform various different tasks. Similarly, event handling, that's again where the interactivity comes in. JavaScript can perform very good event handling on your web page. Event handling like a click, event handling like a mouse over, focus loss, focus gain, blur, onload, and so on and so forth. So there are various different events. We will be going through them as we go along. All these events are very easily managed using methods, using certain pre-built-in functions. You process those events and you set your own events and trigger, and you work with them. Finally, basic applications. If you see all these contents, where we use JavaScripts. JavaScript is used for web development, like we've discussed. It is also used for web applications. You can develop very cool web applications purely based on Java. There are few things we will be talk about that as we go along. The major aspect is there is a presentations as well. You can use JavaScript to create very cool online presentations as well. There is a tutorial, I will be working on that, how you use JavaScript to create online presentations. Very interactive, very appealing. There's again misconception that JavaScript is only worked for what we call client-side PCs or client-side applications. However, you can use JavaScript for something called as server-side applications as well. Okay, JavaScript is also very useful for building server applications, which are sometimes more faster than other server-side applications. Node.js is an open source and free server environment used to achieve this. So if you have heard of Node.js, Node.js is used to create server-side applications using JavaScript. We would be talking entirely on Node.js in certain other sessions as well. Similarly, web servers and games. Now, Node.js has a built-in module, a set of functions that allows the creation of HTTP server. So using JavaScript Node.js module, you can create an HTTP server. So starting as a client-side scripting language, JavaScript is now capable of producing server-side script as well. So do not only rely that JavaScript is a client-side. Using Node.js and other certain built-in modules, we are able and capable of producing client server-side applications as well. So it's along with client-side, JavaScript now has the functionality of server-side as well as creating games. Now I'm sure you've already played many HTML and web-based games on browsers, which basically again are created using what we call JavaScript, and we have a tutorial sessions in my list that we will be creating a very simple JavaScript based games as well. So you can interactively create very simple, very easy games. For example, there's an ESL.js library that allows us to create very rich graphics based games for our JS space. EASEL, I think if I remember the correction, ESL.js for creating rich graphics library. So we will be using that as we go along. Okay, so this is a basic intro of JavaScript. How we use JavaScript in our code? Very quickly, we use it with something called script tag. Okay, in order to use a JavaScript within our HTML, obviously JavaScript doesn't work individually. You need a basic HTML code as well. You need to embed the HTML JavaScript within that HTML code. In order to do that, basically what we do is we use a script tag. A script type text / JavaScript, which basically means that I'm using a script which has a type text with a JavaScript. Then you specify the JavaScript code within that script tag. This script tag can be used within the body. This script tag can be used within the HTML head tag as well. This script tag can be used wherever you want to use a JavaScript. It can be used multiple times. If you have a certain actions, then a JavaScript, then certain actions of HTML, then JavaScript. Wherever you need to use JS, you basically use a script type text / JavaScript code. You specify the codes here, and entire JavaScript code basically comes within the script. Here basically we are producing a simple HTML code generated from a JavaScript. So currently HTML body, we started a JavaScript code document.write. Now document basically refers to your web page. Your web page behaves like an object. Object has certain built-in methods. If you come from Java, you should understand this very easily. We will talk about that in later classes in more detail. Now JavaScript basically document behaves like an object. Object is basically an entity that contains or represents your physical or real world entity. Okay, so here document is an object representing your web page. So whatever you can do on your web page basically is referred, is accessed, is processed through that particular object called document. In this case, we are doing .write. Now write is an action that we are performing on that object. Dot is basically a connection operator that connects your object with your function or a method. So we are saying that go onto this document as an object, use a function called write to write on that object, so write on that object. What do you want to write? Whatever the content within that bracket is, and that content can be an HTML code, that content can be an event, that can be a processing. Whatever you want to write on that code, you can write that. Okay, so that's the basic basic what we do with our HTML. So in this case, where we process the content and we use our JavaScript on our HTML code. Okay, so this is just a brief introduction. Hopefully you understand it. If you have any queries and questions, don't forget to leave the comments below. We will start working with JavaScript from our next lectures. So if you're here again, if you watched the video till the end, thank you very much for that. Don't forget to subscribe my channel so you can get the latest on JS tutorials as we go along. Thank you very much. See you around. Fi aman Allah. Hello, assalamu alaikum. In previous class, we started to understand about JavaScript, what is JavaScript and how we use JavaScript. In today's lecture, basically we will see that where we can write the JavaScript code, how we can embed a JavaScript code within our HTML, and what are the various ways of writing a JavaScript code and what's its basic structure. This is Dr. Zeeshan. If you're here for the first time, please don't forget to subscribe my channel and hit that bell icon so to receive the lectures and updates of all the future lectures regularly. So let's begin. Now, just like any other HTML or CSS code, we also write a JavaScript code within our HTML page. We need to embed that code within our HTML page. So in order to do that, basically what we do is we need to go into our HTML and we first of all need to write the same HTML page code that we have done for previous classes. So we write an HTML and close HTML, and within each HTML we remember that we have something called a head tag and a \head, and we need body similarly and \body. Okay, so this is a prerequisite for every standard HTML5 code. So we save this as, and we save it to a location where we want. We go here and we name it for example test.js.html. Now again, this is a JavaScript code that we are going to embed within our HTML page, so we still save that page as an HTML file. Browser still needs this as an HTML file. Remember, we can write an external JavaScript file as well. We'll talk about that later on. So we save it as a standard HTML file. Now within this HTML file, in order to write a JavaScript code, basically we write a code called script. So we say script, script, type, let it be for example text/JavaScript, and we close the brackets for here. Okay, so the script is basically another HTML tag that we specify and that we need to write in order for our JavaScript code to work. Within this script code, we specify JavaScript. JavaScript won't work in the standard normal any other HTML tag properly. Wherever we need to work a certain piece of JavaScript code, we basically need to write a script tag, and then within that script tag we embed the HTML code. So it doesn't matter how many times you want to use JavaScript, as long as you know that if you needed JavaScript for 10 times at 10 different locations, you still need to write script tag and then embed the HTML JS code within it. Okay, so once we are here, basically now you can write a standard Java code or whatever you want to write. So for our example, we would write document.write, write, bracket start, bracket close, and we can write for example hello world. okay, and we save it with semicolon. Now this basically means that we are going into document.write. Now within JavaScript, again JavaScript behaves similar to Java. It behaves, no, it's not same, it behaves like a JavaScript because it considers everything as object. So everything within our HTML is considered as an object by JavaScript, and then it applies various properties and methods on those objects. So in this case we have specified document. Now document is again an object which represents your page. Again, objects are basically what we call representation of our physical worlds, right? So physical world phenomena of physical world objects. So in this case, the web page is basically considered as a document. So when we write document, basically we are referring to an entire web page. Dot write, basically dot means is a connector operator. It connects your web page with a method called write. So now we are writing on our web page, okay? Whatever we want to write, we write within the brackets. So hello world is basically a string that we have given to our document, okay, and we use this write method to write that string on our document. So once I save this file, and if I can go back into its output with a live streaming, clicking on here, let me see if I get an output of JavaScript, and if I go back, let the page come and hello world is printed, okay. So now you note that there is no paragraph tag, there is no other tag, there is only JavaScript. Still we get some output on our HTML page. This output has been generated now using through JavaScript. Similarly, using this thing. Now we can come back here and we can also write, for example, document.write, write, let me write this write. We start the brackets and then we can write, for example, h1 bracket start, h1 block close. This is JavaScript heading, okay, backslash h1, and we close it. Control S, give a semicolon, okay. We go back into our code and you would see this, the heading is coming on. Now what has happened here is that it has used the heading tag as well, but instead of printing the text as it is, it has printed what heading tag represents. So what happens is this, that once you execute your JS code within our HTML, so obviously first the HTML gets executed, then the JS code, but what you write on the JS code again goes back to the browser, okay, because you are representing it through something called document.write. Now because we are using document.write, document again represents to your web page. So once you write something using document.write, this string is again passed to your browser, that there's a string coming from JavaScript, kindly process it. And once the browser processes it, it again sees, there's an HTML code here. So it executes the HTML code as well. So instead of printing h1 and backslash h1 as it is, that HTML code gets executed, and based on that the output is again generated, which basically again means that yes, we can use HTML tags within our JavaScript code as well. So we can print or even use whatever standard JavaScript code that you want within our HTML code within our JavaScript code. Okay, so I can use, for example, paragraph tags, I can use a div tags, I can specify the style for this within my code, and I can specify that, for example, the color should be blue, okay, and semicolon, and then I can go back into my style blue, close it. Now because this style requires quotation marks, but we cannot give quotation marks, double quotation marks, because this will create problem. So what we do is we use single quotation marks. If I use double quotation marks, this means the string ends here, now another string starts, but this will create a problem because this string is supposed to continue. So if you need to use such kind of a behavior, instead of specifying double quotations, we use a single quotation marks. So we specify this is paragraph text and backslash p, we close it. So what we've done here is we use quotation marks, then whatever you write inside the quotation marks is supposed to go inside our JavaScript code. However, if your HTML code again requires a double quotation marks, so instead of using those double quote mark, we need to give a single quotation marks, otherwise it will generate problem for us and the output will not be as we desire it. So now we have a blue text as well. So you can see that even the CSS code that we specify within the style text gets executed, the HTML gets executed, again using something called document.write. So this is one way of writing the text or specifying the JavaScript code. We can come into head tag as well, and we can write the script, and type, and then we can say text slash JavaScript. Close this, we come here. So the same script code can also be specified in head tag. Head tag means that if you need to process some instructions before the actual page is loaded, which can basically mean checking few settings of your web browser, checking the compatibility, for example, or some settings or browser size and whatnot you want to do with JS, you can do that in head tag as well. Okay, so once we write this script, now what we can do is we can write document, or in our case, let me just give an example of window.alert. Okay, and I try the brackets, close this, and within our inverted quotations we write this is alert before the body is loaded. Okay, now what we have done, we have used another object called window. Okay, this window object represents the entire browser as a window. Again, document represents the page. However, when you use a window, it represents the entire window. So you can use this window object to find out and process the window element within our window. So the window or the browser window that appears, you can see its size, you can control its tabs, you can start a new tab on whatever functions you want to perform. In this case, we use that window to call a method called alert. Now what alert will do, it will generate a pop-up message within that window. So window will have another pop-up or dialog window. That's why we use a window here. Okay, so main window dot alert is again message within that window that call a pop-up message, and whatever string we write inside this will be actually displayed here. But again, because we have called this in the head, this basically means that this script gets executed first, then the body. So once I come back here, hit a refresh, let me save it, come back here, there we go. Yes, so as soon as we save, see this, we get a message here, and there is no content on the web page yet. So because we wrote a script in our head tag, now this script gets executed first, we click OK, and then the body is executed. Okay, so this is basically what we mean by executing something in our head tag. So the first thing we do is that in order to execute JavaScript, you need script tag in HTML. You write the JavaScript code inside the script tag. Okay, so that script tag can be in your head, that script tag can be in your body, that script tag can be multiple times as well. So for example, after the script tag has ended, I come back here, I add another paragraph. Okay, close it, and I can say this is second para. Okay, para, and then I can come back here, I can add an h2. Okay, this is subheading, and then I can come back here, and then I can add another para. This is third para, and then after this I can again come back here, I can use a script, I can say type should be, for example, text JavaScript, and then I can close it, come back here, and I can write document.write, bracket open, bracket close, and then within its standard quotations, this is, and then I think let's just use another h1, and then style style equals colon start colon close. But again, let me just use the double quotation marks for now, and then I will explain again the same problem. Style, I think I can use text dash alig and align colon cent, I think it's er, I always forget that, semicolon, text, I think simply let's just use color color, and this can be, for example, blue, semicolon, and then when the bracket closes, I close this, and I can say this is heading from JavaScript. We close, and we close h1 backslash h1, we close it, we close inverted quotations. Now what has happened is that again we want to print another thing using a document.write. However, we use inverted quotations start, inverted quotations close, and everything goes inside it. But because I use a h1 tag and a style, and this style requires a string processed again through inverted quotation marks, if I give that again, see, you can see this, the string has completely changed now, because now JavaScript will read that inverted quotations start, inverted quotations close. This is some text that is out of quotations. Then again inverted quotations start, inverted quotations close. So this text here becomes ununderstandable by JavaScript, where it will create error, it will create a problem for us. So if you need to process a string within a string, in this case we use a single quotation marks. Okay, so we come here, we remove this, we give a single quotation marks. Now JavaScript will read the inverted quotations start, inverted quotations close, everything is within the quotation marks. When this is processed by the browser will understand very humbly, very acknowledgementally, you're using single quotation marks, doesn't matter, it will still try to process it. Once you save it, we go back into browser, you can see this, the header is loaded because we have specified window.alert in our head tag. Okay, and we click OK, and now the text is basically processed. And as you can see, this is a heading from JS. Click OK. I think I spelled this C-E-N-T-E-R, right? C-E-N-T-E-R. Control S. I go back into browser, and now we have a center available. So this is a heading that has been generated from JS. Now this is again JavaScript heading, this is again JavaScript heading. This text is standard text. Okay, this text is standard text. So you can use JavaScript as many times as you want within your body or within your head, for that matter, but as long as you remember to use a script tag and you specify whatever code you are using here. Okay, similarly we will be now processing more elements and more components as we go along in the next lecture. Okay, where we try to process the outputs and generate more different again variable based decisions and event based decisions within our JavaScript. Okay, hopefully you understand this, and in next class we will try to work and continue from here. Thank you very much for watching. If you're here for the first time, please don't forget to subscribe to the channel so that you follow and understand this complete JavaScript in an easy way. Hello, in previous class we discussed basics of JavaScript. Today basically we're going to discuss that how we generate output using JavaScript, how we can control the content on a web page using JavaScript and throw an output from a JavaScript on a web content. Okay, my name is Dr. Zeeshan. If you are for the first time, please don't forget to subscribe this channel so that you receive these tutorials regularly, and hit that bell icon so you get the notifications for them as well. So let's begin. Now there are basically three different mechanisms of generating JavaScript based output. Okay, one being using the inner HTML. Okay, then the second being the document.write, the third being window.alert and console.log. I will demonstrate all of these as we go along. Okay, so basically first thing, for example, if I have a page and if I generate an h1 JavaScript script example. Okay, so we have, what happened? JavaScript script output example. I think that would be more better. And then we generate a paragraph. This is simple HTML paragraph. Okay, so this is a simple HTML paragraph. Now we have generated JavaScript. Previously we did talk about it, how we can or where we write the JavaScript code. So what I do is, next line I go in and I put in a script tag. I tell its type, not style, sorry, type to be text / here's my JavaScript code, and I close the inverted quotations. Similarly, I think I start quotations here and then we close this. Okay, so within this script tag now where my JavaScript typically my code would basically go. Okay, now here what I can do is, first thing we use something called inner.html. so I can go into here and I can write h2. Okay, the first method for using is something called inner.html tag. Okay, this is something that has been used in Java for a long time to basically inner.html. Now this has been used previously multiple times at various different scenarios where we control the content of HTML tag using JavaScript. Okay, what this inner.html does is it directly intervenes with already declared tag within HTML and changes the content of that tag. Okay, let me show you how we do that. So for example, we give some tag, and it can be any HTML tag that you want to use. Then we give a JavaScript based script. Within this script we write something called document.get element by id. Okay, get element by id, and then we start, and then for example, let me know, I will just discuss what we can put inside this and inner HTML, and then we can write whatever HTML content that we want to write. So this is a basic syntax. Now in this, first of all, we use something called document. Now document is basically an object. Okay, JavaScript, just like Java behaves to a certain extent in object-oriented behavior. What it does is now it tries to control your document based on an object-based principle. So here basically when we refer to word document, it is referring to your web page as an object. So whatever content is inside your web page is referred to as a document. Okay, within that web page, then it uses a dot operator, which is a connection operator that connects an object and its method. So this is a method, get element by ID, a method that will basically get an element based on its ID. Okay, so here we are trying to get an element based on the ID, and that ID is anything. So what we need to do is we need to find out which ID we want to control. What we do is we come into the paragraph tag and we write a tag property called ID. In this ID tag, for example, I can give a test. Okay, now this becomes my ID, test ID. Now ID is basically a Java HTML parameter, HTML attribute that defines an ID of this particular paragraph. ID is similar to class, but when we specify a class, class is specifically used by CSS. CSS uses the class attribute to specify which style is going to be applied on which tag. However, ID is used by HTML to identify each individual tag so that we can control that tag using JavaScript or PHP or for whatever other purpose we want to use it. So ID is typically used to control the content of a tag. Class is typically used to control the design of a tag. Okay, if that basically helps. Okay, IDs are used by JavaScript, classes are used by CSS. I think these two major points basically correlate, and I hope you understand that. So where we basically do is we specify an ID. Okay, and now because I have specified ID test here, I will specify test here as well. This basically means go inside the document, get an element by ID called test. So whichever element has this ID, get this ID dot inner.html and then specify basically whatever content we want to specify here. So what we do is, for example, we specify here this is JavaScript response. Okay, so we change the text, and then obviously because we are using JS recommended, we always give semicolon at the end. Now what we have done here is we have told through JavaScript that go inside a document, this obviously web document, wherever it's going to be displayed. Within that web document, connected with this method called get element by ID. So in this document, that HTML that is being generated on a web browser, that is going to be generated on the web browser, from that web browser get an element that has ID called test. So whichever element has an ID called test, fetch that element. Then within that element there is something called inner HTML. Okay, access its inner HTML. So when we fetch this element ID, it will try to go into its inner HTML, which basically means that inside this tag, and inside this tag go change the component called JavaScript responses. Okay, so whatever is the content of this inner HTML will now be changed to what we have specified here. Okay, now once we save this, again we will save this as a normal HTML file. Basically it means that your HTML code is normal code which has JavaScript embedded inside it. Okay, so now what had happen is that as soon as I turn on the live view, if I can, where is it? Yes, thank you. So what we get now is we get a JavaScript response. Now what has happened is that initially if I hide this code, if I go back into my code and if I hide this JavaScript and Control X, save it, and if I go back into the HTML, you can see this is a simple HTML paragraph. Okay, so let me just put it on this side and we come here. Let me put this on this side so that we can actually manage these two things equally, so we can get an output and we see this what's going on here. Okay, so as soon as I bring the JavaScript back, save it, now you can see this, the code has basically been changed. That's because we have not put any button or any event that would trigger this change. So first it will try to display this content, then it will display this inner HTML, and then as soon as it goes back here, it now tries to change the content of that inner HTML. Okay, so this is one way of changing and generating output using JavaScript, that we try to control HTML tags. We specify some content in HTML tag and then we change that content at runtime probably or dynamically based on certain event and make some decisions here. Okay, and we access its elements. So this is one way of doing it. Second most commonly again is known as H2, and this is called document dot write, WRITE write method. Now, document write method is again very commonly used to actually write a content on our HTML. So again, basic thing is we write some script type and we give it text slash Java script script. Again, we have read somewhere that you don't need to write the type every time, but it's always recommended that you do, so your HTML actually becomes more supportive on more web pages, so you do try to follow certain norms properly. Once we have specified the script tag, again remember we can specify script tag as many time as we want. We can include as many as JavaScript as we want, wherever we want. So wherever you need to include the JavaScript, basically you need to write this code here. So for example here and if I write, so inner HTML is one thing, second is document.write. For inner HTML we use this as a document.get element by id dot inner HTML tag, and then we use an id to access an inner HTML and change its content. Second, document.write. For this simply we say document.write write and we specify a string. Okay, so this is for example text string generated using document.write write. Okay, control save as, and we get the string output as we go along. So as soon as you save it, again I'm using brackets, it just gives me live feedback as soon as I save the content. So document.write, what it does is whatever you write appears on the next line. Okay, technically if I speak, it behaves like a block, so whatever you write here would automatically be printed out as a paragraph on the new content on a new line. Okay, so this is one way of producing output, but document.write can actually do lots of other things as well. So in other case, if I come here and I can write for example paragraph. Okay, so I give a paragraph tag within my HTML, and then I give let me close this, backslash, my cursor is going haywire. Okay, and if I change the content here, this is paragraph from Java Interactivity script, control S. As soon as I save it, this is paragraph from JavaScript. Now you note that I have written a paragraph tags, however there is no tags here, it actually appears as a paragraph here. So which basically means that within our JavaScript you can also specify any tags that you normally would use in HTML. What happens is this, that as soon as you process this content is thrown to the browser, and then browser regenerates it. So when the content is thrown to the browser actually reads this entire area. Okay, and then this browser actually prints the output, but then when it reads it, it finds HTML tags, so it converts those HTML tags back into its normal structuring layout. Okay, so the HTML tags also get processed as you go along and as you basically try to print the data. So that's advantage of document write, and that's why we try to use it more commonly to generate an output based on whatever we have available, and we can use any HTML tags we want within our system. Okay, now one other thing that we keep in mind here is, for example, if you use a style tag, you can use that as well. Okay, you can specify style here, you can specify CSS class here, and that CSS can be on an external CSS and can control anything. For now, let me just change the color, colon, and I can specify for example red, semicolon. So if I press S, you see there is no output. Now what has happened here is that if you come here, there's one inverted quotations. Let me just maximize this so we can read the text better. Okay, so what has happened here is that we have one quotations mark starting and then another quotation mark. So JavaScript considers this as one string, then there is some text here which has no connection currently, and then there is another string starting and another string ending here. So up till this point it's okay, but when we write a code in between, now it confuses this, that there's one string, the second string, what should I do with this thing? And that is where error is generated, and that's because of this we now have something called no output. Okay, there's no error. So in order to correct that, basically what we do is, because we need to put this style and this content within our inverted quotations in a typical HTML, so instead of double quotation marks we would be using a single quotation marks. So this is again allowed in JavaScript or Java in HTML as well. Sorry. So whether HTML or JavaScript, you can use a single quotation marks. It would still be considered as a string. So you can specify single quotation marks here. This would be considered as what we call a double quotations or simply a string. So what now happens is this: a string starts from here, string ends from here. So it's perfect. Within this string we have HTML tags, even CSS style tags, and word content, and these gets executed as they are printed on the browser. So this is one second most common way of using our HTML and JavaScript in combination of generating output. Third basically is something called window.alert. Okay, so let me come back here and let's just use h2 and 3 we say window dot alert. Okay, now what's window dot alert? Window dot alert basically generates an alert pop-up window within our JavaScript. Okay, so if we just scroll down and if I just bring it a little bit upwards, so blum, here we go, script script, and we close the script here, and we specify something called window dot alert and bracket start bracket close. And then we specify message here. This is, for example, hello Java script. As soon as I save it, the web page loads, and then we have something called hello JavaScript as a pop-up window. Okay, once you click on that, the HTML window is loaded. Okay, so window.alert basically generates a pop-up window, a message window that appears whenever we have basically it's incorporated inside it. Okay, now what here we have done is, instead of using document, we have used something called window. Now window actually refers to this entire GUI window. So whatever window you have available here is known as window. So this entire GUI frame is actually your window. Document refers to your internal web page that displays the content. It is not concerned with the browser window. Okay, however, the window is actually considered basically based on and considers your browser. So this is where it takes its name, and that's why when I write window.alert and if I come back here and I save it again, you would notice that I get this message first, because when the system reads this file, it goes into JavaScript and it sees, oh, window. So it first has the highest precedence, in other words. So window gets executed first, window.alert, and my message comes up here, and when I click OK, it becomes visible. So second thing we can do is, sometimes we can incorporate this within our button. Okay, button button, and if I close this, now what we do usually here with the button is that we specify the code inside a button, and then we drive it with something called on-click event. So what I do is I specify a button here, and let me just close the button. What happened? Okay, this script is not going very well. Okay, backslash not this, backslash button button. Please close this one, and within our button button we have something called on click. Okay, so I say on click, and then let me just bring it here, equals to window bracket start and this bracket close, and then we close this window here. Okay, now what we have done here is that we have specified a click button. Now button again is an HTML code that basically will just create a simple button. On that we have created an event called on click. Now what on click does is it creates an event that what happens when this button is clicked. Within this on click, again a string starts, we say window.alert and the string close. Now this again creates a problem, because same thing is in JavaScript, same thing in HTML. HTML also needs in double inverted quotations to consider an value as a string. So because alert has another string, this creates a problem. So what we did previously, we can do vice versa here. So instead of double quotation marks, I can just use a single quotation marks within my JavaScript now. So window inverted quotations start, inverted quotations close. Within our inverted quotations we have single quotations, that means hello JavaScript, and then semicolon, window closes here, and then I can specify a string called, for example, click here. Okay, this should do the trick. Okay, so next thing we can do is I can just simply remove the script, press S, we have a button here, when I click it, hello JavaScript message appears. Okay, very simple. So now what we've done, we have written this as an HTML, not as a JavaScript, because button is an HTML code. If you write inside JavaScript, now it get confused that what should I do with that particular code. In order to generate the output, we write it either inside a document.write, or in other case we just simply remove the script tag. Now it becomes a standard HTML. Within this HTML we have a button on click. Whatever happens when we click on that button, when that happens, we have written a CSS JavaScript code. Okay, now what this basically means that here we have not written any script thing, but because this is an event here, Java or the browser basically makes an exception, and it automatically without the script tag executes this code, JavaScript code. Okay, so without the script tag on an event, it automatically does that. So there is a little exception that we can get away with JavaScript code without writing the script code within our events, such as on click event. So I don't need to write here. So this is just HTML basically, and on click there is a CSS code, JavaScript code being executed. Okay, so that code is basically being executed without any script tag, and that is sometimes allowed, not sometimes, in this case it is allowed. Okay, hopefully that should explain. So now the last method is called console.log. So let me just come back here and I write h2 console.log. Okay, now what basically this means that you can use console to generate the outputs as well. So for example, within this HTML I can write script, let me give a type to it. Oops. type type is equals to text slash JavaScript. Let me close this. Within this I can write console.log. okay, and the message can be for example hello console. Okay, so as soon as I save it, we have the 4 thing, but there is no output here. That's because the output has actually been thrown at something called Control-Shift-I console window. So if I go into my browsers, let me maximize this, and in my Chrome browser I have pressed Control-Shift-I. so as soon as I press Control-Shift-I, basically a console and editor or inspector window appears. Within this inspector window there are various things that allows us to inspect our CSS and our HTML of our basic web page. So for any web page for that matter, in order to learn, this is what we usually do. We open this inspector, we check what's the CSS and how is it behaving, what's the HTML tags they have used, and so on and so forth. So within this basically you have elements, we access that, we will talk about that as we go along, but there's something called console window here as well. This is like a DOS prompt, or if you have used it, or command prompt if you call it, that command prompt built inside your browser. So each browser, in other words, has a command prompt inside it, that which you can use directly to for example use it for your JavaScript or some other code for that matter. Okay, so you can see this hello console has been printed here. I can also use here as well, so I can say hello. So if I use hello, console.log, and I can use log bracket start hello in inverted quotations close, semicolon, I print, and hello is printed. I can also use 5 plus 6, press enter, and 61 is there. So you can see this, we can directly evaluate expressions here as well. I can use variables here, let me just not go into it, and I can do lots of JavaScript code on testing right here directly on the console, and I don't need to save it inside the HTML as well. In fact, for example, I can write window.alert and we can generate the window.alert here as well, hello console, and if we go back, press enter, you can see this, we have a hello console window here. So you can do lots of testing of JavaScript code directly on your console as well. You can use lots of output as well, lots of code as well. So I can write document dot write write, and I can say a string hello console document, and then I think bracket are missing, press enter, and you can see this hello console document output is generated on web browser. Now it shifted on the new page because it doesn't know which document you are referring to. Okay, whenever we use an HTML and we embed the HTML with a CSS with a JavaScript using script tag, it knows that I'm using that HTML, and within that I have an embedded code inside. Sometimes if you don't embed the code properly or use a console, now you see this output has been generated on a new, because it doesn't understand that which web page I'm using or what is my current document. Okay, so in this case it's not embedded, it's using console. So when you write document.write, it generates output on the new console. So you can test certain code before you embed it into your HTML directly by being in console here as well. So this is one way of doing it. Okay, so hopefully it explains and makes things easy to understand. If you have any questions, queries, or if you don't understand anything, do leave the comments down below and I will try to help you out. This is Dr. Zeeshan. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, very good evening. Previously we've been talking about JavaScript and we learned about various ways of we can generate output within JavaScript. Today we will begin and use more of the functions and data within JavaScript. Starting from variables, what are variables, how we use variables and operators and arithmetic operators, how we use those things in Java to do simple basic calculations along with various other data types. Okay, so this is Dr. Zeeshan, but if you're here for the first time, please don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell icon. Let's begin. Now, previously we've been using different editors like Brits and simple ML code to get the output. Today we're going to experiment with tables and we use variables. Instead of writing HTML, sometimes we do is quickly come into browser and use some called console, or we call browser inspect elements, and that we have so available. To access that within your Google Chrome, I'm using Google Chrome. Within this we have Control-Shift-I. So as soon as press Control-Shift-I, your console browser element should be displayed. Usually we use this to debug our code, and we'll be using this as we go along to see which elements of my head are working or not, even to check the CSS and so on and so forth. Within this inspect element we have something called console. Console is like DOS prompt for your browser. You can write code here directly which should be executed and displayed on browser. Okay, so it's a simple thing. And so code like JavaScript can be easily written here, and you get instant output right here on the browser without going into the first of writing an entire HTML and hitting out based on that. Okay, so we come here, for example, browser tab, and why this internal network data, this should not be here. Could go select our previous. Maybe we can just write the thing here, for example, document docu. Okay, document dot write and bracket start semicolon inverted quotation marks. Here we can write hello JavaScript. Okay, as soon as press enter, you see output being generated here. Hello JavaScript. The way the tool works, just write the command JavaScript command now. Okay, you have to write HTML or thing of that. This generate output as you go along. If you write, for example, document dot write, and then obviously you can give some code here, like I can write h1, and then I can write hello JavaScript script. I think I misspelled that, script script, and then I can close h1, and then I can just close in mid quotation semicolon, press enter. You see this, that it would, the HTML tags within my JavaScript code be interpreted directly. So if you are going to print an output and just want to check what the output would be, console is a very good way of quickly testing JavaScript code before you insert within your main HTML, and then sometimes just test runs and do some calculations as well. And again, use it for learning purposes as well, very simple. So again, open your browser, Control Shift I, you should be adding your console. Now since there is an error here, I don't know why previously these errors are generated, some things happen. So once we are here again at the console, let's just use something called variable. Now variables are basically your containers. Variables behave like your containers. They are basically a simple namesake that contain or hold your data. Okay, so it's like an empty namesake that contains your data. So whatever data you have, you want to use that data. But how do you refer to the same data again and again? So what you do is you assign it a name. You assign a namesake, or what you could refer to in terms of a variable. So create empty variable and you assign that data to that variable. So now you know which variable would contain what variable. Okay, so it's like a container. Okay, so in this case, for example, or in JavaScript specifically, we use a name called the var for a variable. Then we specify the variable name. What is my variable name is equal to, and the value that it would contain, for example 50. Okay, so now what we have done here is we have created a variable of variable, basically means a container. That container has a name, for example x or y or whatever name you follow, as long as it starts with the alphabet and it contains certain legal characters, and it should not contain keywords. Okay, I will be talking about that as we go along. So for now, this is a name of variable x, or I can just simply write name here. Okay, so name basically is like the variable name, and then the equals the value. This basically simply means that we have a 50 value, we have assigned it into a variable, and in order to remember which variable is it, we give it a name called name. Okay, so similarly I can create another variable called variable for example surname or father name. Okay, so there's a variable called father name, and I can give it a value Ali. Okay, semicolon. So now we have two variables, one is called name, one is called father name. Okay, so this now time means that now I have another variable. Okay, and its name is called father name, and it holds the value Ali. So again, I have a value, I have a container, I need to put that value inside a container, but now I need to remember the name of that container as well, so I can refer to that value. So a container is a variable, but there can be many containers within code. Remember, there can be hundreds and thousands of containers. You need to name each individual container. So in this case, we have named them as father. So basically, it is a variable or a container that has named father name and contains the value Ali. Now I can use this variable again and again and again many times. It would have the same value. So for example, I can come here and I can say document dot write document dot write write bracket start bracket close, and I can say print father name father name. Okay, that's it. So now what I told it, I want to print it, but print father name. So if I press enter, it will print I. Okay, so what it basically means that now it will go inside a JavaScript. It will say, we have declared a variable called father name. So whatever value this variable will hold will be printed on our data. This father name itself text won't print it, because this is the name of a container, okay, or name of a variable. And what we are trying to do is we are trying to access the data that resides in that particular container. Okay, so that data has a particular name or ID, or what we call a variable name, and simple say it is father name, and when we use it father name, it prints Ali. Similarly, I can write document dot write, and I can say name multiplied with 5 or plus 5. Okay, let's just use multiplied with 5, for example, semicolon. So now what I've done is I've taken this variable name and I've said multiplied with 5, and if I press enter, we get 250. Okay, so previously we had father name printed with 250 appended to it. Now what we did now is we use another variable called name. Okay, we had assigned it a value 50. So what we did here is we said take that variable or take that container, whatever value is inside the container, multiplied with 50. So whatever value we put inside that variable will get printed. As simple as that. Similarly, you can define multiple variables as well, and you can do operation based on. So I can have a variable, for example, age is equals to, and I can say, for example, it can be 40 semicolon, and then I can say take another variable and I say num number is equal to name plus age. Okay, and semicolon. So now what we did here is that we took another variable and named it age, okay, assigned the value 40. Then we come here, then we did take another let's create another variable. So that's when we can create as many variables as you want or as many containers you want. That's why each container has a specific name. Okay, so in this case age, in this case num, and equals is basically an assignment operator, and then we say go name plus age. Now what it means that I have already a container called name, take that name, another container called age, take that container, whatever value resides in both these containers, take that value out, add them together, and then assign them to another variable called num. So here basically it will take a variable called name plus variable called age, or in other words the value that resides in that variable name plus the value that resides age, add these two values together, assign it to num, and then we go. So we have our values assigned to it. Okay, and the answer should be saved inside. Now we need to print it, so I can say document.write. Okay, and then bring it here. Let me just add for example h1, and remember I can give it style, style is equals to brackets, and then I think just color red should be the trick. Okay, and then I can close this, and then I can add something called plus, which would basically join these two variables together, or okay. So now in the next example, let's use JavaScript to inject variables and use variables within our HTML as well. So for example, we have a standard HTML. Here I give a heading tag. Okay, if I can come back here and write the code, h1 JavaScript script variables. Okay, now once we are here, if I come back here, let's write a p tag, and within my p tag I give something called id is equals to bracket start bracket close. Now this id can be anything. In our case, for example, we just give it vvl, okay, and then I'll leave nothing inside it, so there is no text inside this paragraph tag, because we're going to inject the paragraph content using JavaScript. So I have the tag available. Now what I do is I go into another tag called script, and within this I write type, and this type can be text / JavaScript, so that system knows we are writing JavaScript code. Now again we give a variable is equals to, for example, variable my name is equals to name is equals to, and this can be, for example, Zeeshan bhattit. Okay, so we give a semicolon, we come here. Now in order to again inject or print this content on our web browser, what we need for now, if I press save, I can have a live output printed. We just have a JavaScript variable available. Okay, then in order to inject, again remember we did document document dot write. Okay, document dot write, no sorry, okay, so we had document dot get element by id, and then bracket start bracket close. Within the brackets we had to specify the id name, which is basically, for in our case, this value. So we give value. Now what we basically means that go inside this very document, which is a page, whether that get element by id, okay, element again is HTML tag, get an element of HTML which has an id called val. Okay, so get an element from HTML that is an id called val, dot, and connect that id's inner HTML. This basically means that now we are using or accessing the inner HTML with an id called val, and then whatever value we set after this equals will be set within that HTML. So in this case we can say simply give my name, okay, my name, enter, and then semicolon. So what we have done here is, if I decrease the fonts to make it more readable, document.get element id, get an element that has a value id, inner HTML, enter the value my name. So if I press S, you see that my name is now printed on HTML. Obviously, I can use whatever HTML tags I have within this as well. So I can make more apparent, more pop, or more go very off. I mean, whatever cases I want. Okay. So this becomes one thing. Similarly, again, remember you can use multiple declarations as well. So if I come back here, go back here, and I can say variables, age is equals to, for example, 40 or age is equal to 40, then comma, then I can say another variable, for example, number is equals to brackets, I think let's just leave it like that, for example 033 and 333. Okay, so comma, and then again I can specify another variable, for example address. Okay, and then I can say Jamshoro, PAKISTN Pakistan. So this becomes my multiple declaration within one syntax. I have a variable. Okay, this is where we specify that I'm creating a variable which is first age, comma, another variable automatically which has a number, then comma, and then again another variable called address which has a value. So you can declare multiple variables on the same line as well with the same variable. All these will be behaving as a separate variables. Now only means that there's a container called variable, each, and you have created 3 instances of that container. Age, number, address, each have a different name, each have a different value. Same as that. It is almost equivalent, or what it is exactly equivalent to this thing. So if you create age is equals to 40 semicolon, you declare another variable called var, and then you declare a number is equals to the value of the phone number, for example, semicolon, and then you declare another variable called address, and then you give it some value, for example Jamshoro, PAKI is Pakistan. Okay, sorry, and then semicolon. So basically this is a 3-line declaration where you have declared variable age, variable number, variable address, one more thing, or you can do that on the same line as well. Again, up to you. Some people like to do this, some people like to do this. I personally prefer to use this thing more commonly because that's how I know that variable are going. When multiple variables online just becomes a little confusing, but you can do that in JavaScript as well. Okay, even to an extent you can do it in a multi-line as well. So you can create these variables on multiple lines. So sometimes this is what makes things more better. Age, then comma, number, then comma, then address, then finally semicolon. This is also permissible. You can write all these in one line or just enter and just write it on next. So until the semicolon appears, it would be a single statement. That's why we use semicolons within our system. So this becomes our variable. Then we use what we call operators. Operators are basically simple arithmetic operators that you use within our Java. Okay, operators like plus, minus, multiply, divide. This is something that we have been doing previously. Plus, minus, multiply, divide, so I think this is divide, sorry, backslash divide. Then we have something called assignment operator. These are all what we refer to as, if I scroll down, these are simple arithmetic operators that allows us to do very different mathematical operations, and you can do the mathematical operations on variables, on operators, on what we call data itself, and any sort of operation that you want to do, you can do that. Okay, so it's very simple. The one common we use plus plus, and then again something called minus minus. This is called increment operator. Okay, and this is called decrement operator. We'll show you more examples as we go along. So any plus, minus, multiply, divide, and equals to, again, is always used to assign a value to another print. So plus, minus, multiply is something common we use, and we use the arithmetic operators to do multiple exercises as go along. Okay, so hopefully this becomes clear. If there's again any confusion of using variables and data types and arithmetic operations, do let me know, and we'll talk about them in next classes. Again, if there's any problem with arithmetic operators or variables, do let me know in the comments below, and I'll try to explain them in a different manner so you can understand. Okay, this is Zeeshan. Thank you very much for watching. Okay, Assalamu alaikum. In previous class we talked about JavaScript and how we use JavaScript and basic variable in JavaScript. Today we're going to talk about something called functions within our JavaScript. Now, functions are basically a piece of code that allows us to a piece or block of code that allows us to combine certain statements that perform a repetitive function or perform some set of rules or some set of instructions together. For example, if you want to perform some operations of arithmetic operations on certain value again and again, so instead of writing the code for every time you need to perform that action, you create a function and write the code inside it, and then you pass it a value and it performs a function. So it becomes easier to manage and easy to work with. Similarly, functions are basically a very easy way of managing complex tasks and breaking complex tasks so that you don't have to write the repetitive codes. Functions, simply speaking, a block of code that execute a particular task or that do a particular task, that perform a particular task. In in JavaScript, what we need to do is we need to write a function called functin function, and this is the syntax of writing a function. Then we specify the name of function, name of func function, okay, and then if I don't give a space, and then you give basically the function brackets, bracket close, bracket start. This is typically what we specify within our function. The function keyword itself, that's how it knows that you are writing a function. The name of the function, the brackets, and this brackets usually contains arguments if there are any, and then a block of code starts and block of code closes. Okay, so let's try this. Let's give it an example how we can do that. Okay, so for example, we come here and let me write an HTML. Close this, backslash HTML. Okay, Control S, and let me save this. Where we have been saving the previous codes. If I go here and if I write file JS func functions, okay, .html, again we are using HTML file. Remember, JavaScript file also is embedded inside HTML. So every time we save, we basically saving an HTML file. So we use an HTML extension and then we write the code inside that HTML extension. Okay, so head, and then we have backslash head, and then we have a body, and we have a backslash body tag. Okay, so now within this tag we write something called script. That is how basically we have some we are able to write our JavaScript code. So backslash Java script. Okay, here we go. So the basic code is available. Now what we need to do now is we need to write something called function. Okay, so as soon as you write, this becomes my function, and then name, for example, I don't know what we can say, power function, my power. Okay, bracket close, bracket start. Now this basically means that we are going to create a function called my power. Let's not just like this. Okay, and within this I need two variables. So for example, variable 1 comma variable 2. Again, we talked about variables in previous class as well. Basically, variables are containers that hold your data. Okay, so here we have specified two variables that will basically allow us to save our data. Within this variables, we basically create something called value. So for example, I can say again another variable ans answer is equals to variable 1 multiply by variable 2 semicolon. So what this will do is it will take the value of this variable 2 and multiply it with this variable value 1, and then assign the answer to the answer value. Then we can simply come here and we can say document.write. Okay, and we can print the answer, bracket start, the answer is, and then we can say plus ans. Okay, so the answer would be printed. So if I save this page and click on the live view, now what should happen? Typically we are expecting an answer. Okay, but now remember, we have written a function. The difference between function and a normal code again is that normal code would execute as per its interpretive line by line. It will go anywhere. When you write a function, you have to call a function. When you write a normal JavaScript code or HTML code, each code executes line by line. Okay, and it would be executed no matter what. However, when you write a function, you need to call that function. Okay, so because function is basically a set of code, it's a block of code that performs a specific task. So you need to call every time you want that task to be performed. Okay, so whenever you need a certain task to be performed, you call that function. If that task is not required, you don't call that function. Whether you're using in JavaScript or Java or any other programming language, the same concept basically flows. In Java, we usually use the word methods. So if you from Java, we use the word method. Again, same principle. We create a method block of code that's called method declaration. So we have basically declared a method. Now at some point, we basically need to call this method, which will allow us to execute the code inside this method. So for example, I can write a paragraph tag. Okay, and this, okay, not here, sorry. Paragraph is basically a simple HTML tag. So we come outside of the standard script tag, and now we are back to a normal HTML. This is my graphs paragraph. In fact, after this body, let me give an h1. Okay, and I can write JavaScript script functions example, and then within this is my paragraph. We have our paragraphs available. Okay, and then after this I can create another paragraph as well. For now, within this I can, instead of let's do this. Instead of creating a paragraph, let me create something called button. Okay, button on click. Okay, on click, what should happen now? Here basically we will say my power, power, power. Okay, so now, and I think we should close this and then click here. Okay, so now what we have done is we have created a simple text. If I come back here, you can see the output here. My JavaScript function, this is my paragraph. We have a button available. What this would do now is that we have created a button. We have created an event on that button called on click. Basically, it means that whenever you click on that particular button, it would perform a certain action. That action is my power. Now we talked about this in previous class as well. My power again is a JavaScript code. Here we have called that event without using the script tag, without telling it that it's a JavaScript code. We have just specified the name of function here. This is to a certain extent inbuilt JavaScript code. Usually whenever you put an on click, HTML or the browser understands that you are going to call some form of JavaScript that would actually be triggered. Okay, so in that case, no need to write your JavaScript script tag. Okay, so in other words, it's implicitly available inside your my click event. Okay, so this script definition is implicitly available and you don't need to specify here. All you need to do is just give it my power value. Now remember, my power value had two variables. What if I don't give a variables? If I click on save here, come back here, see this, the answer is nan. Okay, so it generates the answer. Okay, because we have written document.write, the answer is, but the answer is not available. nan, not a known. Norm commonly says it's like a null value, or yeah, it's like a null value if you say, or a no value, because we didn't specify any argument. So for example, if I specify 5,5, press S, now the output is back. Now if I here, so we get a 5 plus 25 answer here. I hope you can see that. So basically this is what a simple on click event can generate. Now button is a simple class that allows us to have a button, simple attribute of HTML that allows us to have a button here. And on click basically is an event on that button that can be determined using a particular function. So we create functions in JavaScript simply by using a word called function. It's a keyword, it's a reserved word within JavaScript that determines that you're using a function. We give it a function name, parenthesis, and then within this parenthesis, if there are any arguments, we specify the number of arguments, block start, block close, as simple as that. Then whatever code you write inside this function gets executed. Let's create another example. So in this case, let me create another paragraph. If I come back into my code, okay, I create another paragraph and that's it. Okay, at this time I've given this paragraph something called an ID, which can be, for example, answer or ANS. Okay, if you want, I can also specify style here, inline CSS. Within this we can specify something color, and it can be, for example, red. Let's just give it a semicolon, and then maybe font size. This can be, for example, 50, so it appears big, and then maybe let's just leave it to that point. Okay, so we have a simple paragraph. Then we come here again, script tag, and we close this. Here we go. Now, like discussed previously, you can insert as many script tags as you want. It is not necessary that you insert or write only one script and write all the JavaScript inside it. So just be sure that if you are using the script tag, if you are going to inject or use some content of your HTML, those content should be defined first. Now, the sequence of execution, in other words, would be that it would be executed line by line. So first this is script, then this is script, then this is script, then this tag, then this is script. So it would execute line by line. So if your script is using something, it should already be declared before that script, okay, like your HTML tag. So if I'm going to use this HTML tag inside my script, this tag needs to be specified first. Now within this, for example, let's just create another function called add, okay, bracket start, bracket close. Within the add function, let's just give it value 1, comma value 2. Okay, sorry, not this apostrophe, I don't need it. Okay, so we declare two variables. Now let me specify something called return, value 1 plus value 2. Now here we have used something called return. Return basically means a return type. In simple terms, in Java or in C++, whenever we declared a method, we specified something called void, V-O-I-D. Void means that method had no return type. If the method was supposed to return something, then instead of that void, we had to write the data type, the type of answer the method would return. In JavaScript, because in functions there is no return type, you only need to specify the function as a keyword, then the name of the function and the arguments. There is no specification of a return value. One reason being that in JavaScript, we do not specify the data type explicitly. Okay, the data type is handled implicitly, automatically, in other words, by JavaScript and the browser. So you only specify something called var as a container. Okay, then whatever value you assign to that container would be automatically its data type. In JavaScript, because there is no explicit mentioning of data types such as int for integer, byte for byte, short in string, so we don't even need to specify the return type with the function name as well. All you do is you specify the function as a function by keyword, as a variable name, as a function name, the name of the function itself. Then if that function is supposed to return a value, you just write the word return and return a value. Okay, this would be automatically handled by JavaScript. Now again, what is a return, or what is the purpose of return? Return basically means replying or giving an answer. Whenever a function is invoked, called, it executes, it performs its certain tasks, and then it dies away. For example, in our first case, we created a function. Okay, what did function did? It multiplied two variables. It printed the output on your browser. That's it. Nothing else it did. However, in this case, once we specified something called a return value, now it means that once this method or this function executes, after performing its actions, it will return certain value. It would give us a reply. Okay, that reply can be the calculation answer itself. That reply can be that the operation went successful. That reply can be an error, that there is an error in the code. That reply can be anything. And we generate that reply by using a word called return, which is again a keyword, a reserved word for JavaScript itself. Return basically means that once you execute this method, after completion, this method would actually give you a reply. Okay, so once I complete this method or execute this method will be replying to me, giving me an answer. This method doesn't reply me. It would perform its task, then go away. I don't know whether the task was successful or not. However, in this case, I can see, I can check and find out that it performed its task as I wanted it or not. Okay, so that's why we tend to use return sometimes commonly to understand that whether the operation or the task was successful or not. Now, this returns a value. Okay, where it should return a value. So I come back here after the function. Now I don't need to put the output inside the function. After the function, I come here and let me just say, let me use a document dot some get element by ID. Okay, let me give the ID name. Now we have used this previously as well. This basically means document again represents your web page content area. So this area of your web page is considered as your document. Okay, and if I come here, within my editor, I have a document dot get element by ID. By elements are again referred to the HTML tags. So here it means that get an HTML tag that has ID called answer. You know, it's like spying. Find my spy that has an ID called answer. Whatever ID you specify to that particular tag would now be able to read by this JavaScript code. Okay, so JavaScript can read your HTML tags, can insert data into your HTML tags based on the ID. So IDs are used by JavaScript to understand which tag we are basically using. So here we said, go inside your HTML document. There is an element name called answer. Okay, there's an element with an ID called answer. That's my secret code. Find that element. Once you do that, dot go inside its inner HTML. Go inside that particular tag. And then what we can do? You can read it, you can process it, you can change it, or we set it a value called add bracket start bracket close semicolon, and for example I give it 2 values. Or what if I don't give it a value? I save it. Okay, I come back into my browser, I see an error called NaN. Okay, I see a big error called NaN. That's because my ID is here, that paragraph is here, JavaScript is coming on, JavaScript goes into this your tag, it finds the information and injects your using inner HTML this add method. Now what happened here is that add has returned something called NaN. NaN means not a number, unknown value, or in sometimes in Java we refer to word called null, means there is no value there. Okay, so in this case it's not a number, not a value, nothing. Okay, there is nothing here to present. So in that case it's because it is looking for a value, it needs certain value to print here, but there is no value. So instead of giving a blank, it has given us NaN. To check the output, we go into inside your console. Control Shift I, you can come inside your console and see what errors there are. For example, I come here and I remove this line, or I change this variable answer to. Control S. Now if I come back here, again you would see there is no output here. However, if I come into console, you can see the error, the inner HTML null. Okay, this basically means that JavaScript is capable of generating errors. HTML wasn't, CSS wasn't. HTML, CSS don't generate errors. So even if you make a blunder, it won't tell you anything. It will try to go very smoothly and very decently. Okay. However, JavaScript generates an error. Sometimes those generate errors can be in form of not a value, that you try to do something but it didn't find it and it just give you NaN, or it will give a more detailed error but not on your browser output. It will give you error on your console. So on your browser you need to press Control Shift I, enable that console value. If it's by default in Elements, click on this console tab here, go inside it and try to read the error. What is the error that it has generated? Okay, so in this case it says inner HTML null, which basically means that it went inside your code and it's trying to find something called answer. However, we renamed it to answer to. So that's why it was not able to generate this error. To even certain extent, if you change the variable names or tag is missing or whatever other errors, that errors can be identified here. So now you see there is no error here. There is no technical error. However, the output that is being generated from this add method is not a number. Okay, NaN. So what we need to do is we need to come back here. We need to process 5, 5, press S again, and now we get a 10 answer. So now what's happening is that if I come back here, and let me just bring this smaller size, so actually I can bring the code a little bit so you can read it better. So now what's happening in this case is that we wrote a script, we wrote a function, and then we called document.getElement by ID, answer inner HTML, and we process the method here. So here instead of doing 5 by 5, we called a function called add, and that function performed a certain task for us. Similarly, we can use this function to do lots of different tasks as well. Function add, we can add as many parameters as we want. It's up to us. Okay, a function can be invoked based on certain event. A function can be invoked based on a user's triggering event, or it just can be event as a regular statement. So in previous example, we called it based on a click event. In next example, it was just executed as a regular statement. We can invoke a function that, for example, I need to enter a telephone number. So we can add a function with a key press event on your text field, that every time a user enters a text field, if that is a number, then it should be allowed. If a user press A, he should not be allowed to enter that number. So using JavaScript, we can control the key press, key release events as well. We can on a text field, we can control other types of events. And every time a user presses a key, a function is evoked which validates whether that key is accurate, should be inserted or not. For example, as a telephone should only contain numbers, but if user is pressing A, means that's an incorrect number is entering. So instead of typing, it would automatically give an error or won't do anything and won't type the number, so you will be bound to use whatever you want. Okay, so we can do lots of things with JavaScript as well. We can call lots of functions, we can have multiple functions perform various different tasks. Okay, so in next example we will be talking more about how we can use functions and what other operations we can perform on the functions. Okay, thank you very much for watching. See you around. Hello, my name is Dr. Shanbati, and we've been talking about JavaScript functions. Continuing from there, let's see a few more examples of how we use JavaScript functions. For example, we take a very common example of using finding Fahrenheit to Celsius. Okay, so I have this simple HTML written for me within head tag, body tag, and JavaScript 2 tag. So if I come back here, for example, I write a paragraph. This is Java script function for converting Celsius into Fahrenheit, I guess. Okay, Fahrenheit. Okay. Now what we do is we go inside this, we specify the script tag. Within the script tag we write a function called functiun function. Okay, and the function can be, for example, convert bracket start bracket close, and we specify the details here. Now for example, I specify Fahrenheit, FAR, and then within my code I specify return, 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 and then the value can be whatever I want to return for that particular function. Okay, so in this case I think if I remember the Fahrenheit formula correctly, it's 5 divided by 9 multiplied by the Fahrenheit value minus 32 bracket close semicolon. Okay, so this becomes our function. Simple. So now again, the function is basically a block of code that performs certain tasks. We execute this function again and again. We can execute this function again and again. It's a piece of code that can execute anytime we want a certain things to happen. Okay, and then we want to print the output. In order to do that, we can use document.getElementById, and we can specify an element by ID. Now because we have this paragraph here, so what I can do is I can create another paragraph here, and I specify ID. Okay, within this ID I can say again answer or whatever you want to specify, and I'll leave it blank. Again, you can specify CSS or change the style depending on how you want to do it. So inside document.id I can go inside double quotations and I can say answer. So we'll find me the answer that I want to change, go inside it .inner HTML, and then we write the value. Okay, so within this we specify the convert method and close it. Now convert method needs a certain Fahrenheit value that needs to be converted into centigrade. So I will specify, for example, 98 Fahrenheit. Okay, and then I just save it. So as soon as I save it, I have my values available. Okay, this is JavaScript function, and if I come back here, answer. Okay, so still I don't have the output here. Again, in order to check the output, I come back here, Control Shift I. So if I press Control Shift I again, sorry, if I do it one more time, thank you. Okay, so now we see that it's giving us inner HTML of null. So there's an error inside the inner HTML. I go back inside my code, and if I check the inner HTML document.getElementById and this, okay, sorry, again, see silly spelling mistakes. So I answer. If you don't get an output as you desired, again, don't forget to check the console of your browser whenever you're doing JavaScript, because only that way you can know which errors you have made and which errors you have not made. Okay, because JavaScript does generate an error to a certain point, and they are not again displayed on the web page, they are actually displayed on your console. So we press Control Shift I to bring the console up to see what errors we are making. Once you are here, and again in this case the error was within the inner HTML tag, that's because it was not able to find this ID which I just created right here. Okay, so the spelling mistakes, again, do ensure you correct it. So now as soon as I press S, I get this value in this manner. Okay, so a simple conversion this method can be used. So now what this method does is, the same syntax, it has a variable, one variable in this case, returns a value and it does the thing. We can declare local variables inside a function as well. So I can declare variable as answer is equals to, and I can copy this entire equation that I use of converting Fahrenheit to centigrade to Fahrenheit here. Okay, so now basically means that whatever the answer is will be saved in this variable, and in a return I can print answer here. As simple as that. So this is called a local variable. A local variable means that the visibility of this answer will only be within this block. It will not be visible outside of this particular block. It is only visible and accessible within my code. Okay. If I specify any variable in a script tag, for example, variable ans, okay, and then I give it a value of or give it a no value, right? Now this is basically a variable that is visible again within this script tag. Now JavaScript can read it. So in a way, it can be considered as a more global variable, and this now becomes a local variable within a function. So this variable will be available and accessible by JavaScript outside, or this function and other functions can use it. However, the variables that are declared inside a function are known as local variables, and they will not be available outside this particular block. Okay, so hopefully that just makes a little bit sense. And if I press S, again we get the same output as we like. Okay, so there we go. Again, we can generate another thing as well. So for example, if I come here in my script, we can use this function in a different forms. We can call this function again and again in our JavaScript with certain other statements as well. So even on click event, we can use it. We can create a text field and we can call it wherever we want. Okay, so another example we can do is that instead of printing the output here, I can come here and I can say, let me declare another variable called Celsius. Okay, I think cell should do the fine. So instead of printing the output here, I can come back here, and if I can just delete this line or just leave it here for now, I can come here and I can say convert. Okay, give it a number, for example 70 or something, and then give it a semicolon. So now what we have done is we have taken the function called convert, give it a particular value, so this method will be executed, and whatever answer is returned will be now saved in another variable. So you can pass the value of one function into another variable as well. Like here we did, we passed the value of a function to an inner HTML text. Okay, in this case we have passed it to another variable, and we can use this variable now to print the output. So I can come here and I can do Control X. I can come here and put it after this. So instead of doing this, I can say, for example, the temperature in Celsius is, and then I can say plus, and then CEL. Okay, and then I can just remove this thing here. So now what we did here is that we simply said the document.getElement by ID answer inner HTML, same code, but now we gave it a string. The temperature in Celsius is this plus Celsius. So whatever answer is saved here is now passed here and will be printed here. So you can play around with the values of your function as well. You can take value of function from one argument, pass it to another as well. So Control S, now this should be saved. Okay, and if I go back into my browser, if I come here, and you can see this value is basically printed here. The temperature is this thing. Okay, so you can use the values of function in this manner as well. We will be using more examples of functions in next exercises. Hope you understand this, and get back to me if there's any problem and any questions. If you're here for the first time and if you watch this complete lecture, thank you very much for that. Don't forget to hit the subscribe icon and click on that bell icon as well, so that you get the notification of all the latest videos. Thank you very much. See you around. Hello, Assalamu alaikum. In previous class, we've been studying JavaScript functions. Today, basically, we will be using JavaScript functions with external JavaScript and using JavaScript and HTML forms. Okay, so we will see how you can read the data from a HTML form, process it in a JavaScript function, and display the output. My name is Dr. Zeeshan. If you're here for the first time, kindly don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit that bell icon so you receive the tutorials and notifications regularly. Let's begin. Now, we have a simple HTML file created, and this is a simple HTML data. I think if we come back here, we will see a simple JavaScript file HTML available. Okay, so if I just scroll it on this side, so we can receive, if I come back here, I think what happened, here we go, and this can be voila. Let me just position this HTML window. Here we go. So now what we need to do is we need to first of all include an external JavaScript file inside my HTML, and then I will put the remaining code inside my body. Okay, so in order to write an external JavaScript, what we need to do is we need to create a new file. Okay, so in this new file, basically we write a simple JavaScript function data. For example, we can say function, Function name can be display and bracket start bracket close, and we come back here. Okay, in this case we will just simply write for now, let's just not write anything. Okay, we have just created a function. It's always recommended that whenever you use an external JavaScript, use in form of functions. Put the function data inside external JavaScript. If you are just using document dot write, do not use external JS. Try to use such kind of code within your internal HTML. However, external JS, because external JS behaves like an external file, you put the code here and then you link it with your original HTML. So you have two files now. So in that case, it's much easier and convenient if you use functions, because you can call a function from another file. Okay. So what we do is we created a function here, press Ctrl S, and when we do press Ctrl S, we need to save this file. So if I say go back into my folder and very quickly where I've been saving my files, here I will save this file as my JS code. Okay, .js. Now .js is basically extension for JavaScript file. So whenever you want to save your external file at JavaScript, you need to save it in .js, css.css, html.html, javascript.js, just simple as that. So we save this file in .js format, and this file now only contains your basic JavaScript function. Okay, so this file only contains your basic JavaScript function, nothing else. Okay, so it's just a simple JavaScript code. Then what we do is we go back into our HTML, and so now within our HTML, what we need to write is we need to write the same script tag. We specify the script tag, and within the script tag we need to specify the type. For example, this is supposed to be text/JavaScript. Okay, and then we specify something called src. So the basic structure is same. We specify script tag, we give it a type, but this time we added a source. That this script source is not internal, it's external, and that script source is, for example, my JavaScript function class. So I will just write my JS code and press enter. Okay, backslash and enter slash. That's it. So this is a script start and end tag. Within this, we have specified that I'm using an additional JavaScript file and external file. So all my code is basically in that particular file. Now I come back into my HTML body. Within the head tag, I have a basic simple tag. So I can say, in this case, h2 HTML form. Okay, and then HTML form. Okay, I've come back here and let me create a simple HTML form. So in this case, I will create FOM form. Now we have been talking very little about forms. Let's start talking about the form. Form basically is HTML tag that starts to create your form elements, or in other words, your GUI elements in your page. Okay, so whenever we need HTML text fields, buttons, radio buttons, menu icons, where user basically enters the data and we process it, we need to create something called form. Form is specifically, you can create many forms, and form specifically behaves in a way that it reads your single form data, it processes it, and then you can control where the data is sent. Okay, in other words, the data is being processed by JavaScript or the data is sent to the server. We use this form to process that. That's why we need to specify the form tag first. Within the form tag, we specify the form elements. I will show you. So first of all, we give it the name. What is the name of my form? So I can simply say my form. Okay, and there are various other methods that we use. For example, there's method, there is action, but we will not talk about those 4 methods right now. For now, I've just specified a simple form that has a name. Again, name is your name of your form. Remember, you can create more than 1 forms in your HTML. That's why naming each form will make it convenient for us to process the form data as we go along. Okay, so your HTML can have 2-3 different forms. So we can identify which form or data we are working on whenever we process the data. Okay, so if we create a form, now it's HTML knows that you are basically working on a particular form. The next thing we do is we insert the element. So we start with an input tag. Now input tag basically means it's an HTML tag that contains various different types of inputs. So we specify type equals, and you can see that the list pops up. Button, checkbox, color, packet, date picker, date and time, date, email, clients, hidden image. All these are basically what we refer to as input types. Okay, you can insert them from reset button to radio button to password field to number field. So if you enter a number field, automatically you can only enter a number field. You will no longer be able to enter a text, alphabetical text inside that. So if, for example, for a phone number or for your numerical password or something that only requires numbers in terms of credit card number or your age. In other words, we can use a number and we don't have to worry that any invalid data would be entered here. In our case, I will simply use text. Okay, because this is an input and we can use many inputs. So your form can have many input: name, your father name, your surname, your address. It will have many elements. So what we do is, in order to identify which input text field we are using, we have to give it something called again name. Okay, so what is the name of this thing? So I can say, for example, dummy. Let me just use it. Okay, for now, and we have a dummy text field available. Similarly, I will use something called input again. Again, I use a type. This time I will use it button. Okay, button, button. Now, button is again another HTML tag that we used previously as well. We can use that button directly, but that button technically doesn't belong to a form. Here, this button belongs to a form. So what happens is that when you click on a button, you can control that the entire form data in a one click is sent to a server. Okay, or the entire data is processed by JavaScript. So if you place a button inside a form using an input tag, you can control what happens to the remaining data inside that form. So it's more useful and more prone and more professionally used within forms data. So here we specified the button, and again this button we can specify the name. You can have multiple buttons in one. So for example, button OK, in other words, okay. And then obviously for this button we need to provide something called on click event. We have been using this previously as well, and I close it. Okay, and value as well, value, and this can be click click. Okay, so now value basically means the text that appears on the button. On click means what should happen when user clicks on this button. Currently I have not specified anything, but what we need to do is we need to specify this method. So we created a method inside our JavaScript called display. So I can come back here and I can say display display and bracket star bracket close. Now what happened here is we created a simple form. If I press S, you should see an HTML form on your output window on your browser. If I just scroll it down a little bit even more, so you have a text field available. You can enter the data here, and we have a button available here which I can create. Okay, see this? It appears as a box with okay, but there is no clickable event. I think I can edit this. So this again become text field. So if I come back into my code, as misspelled it, it's BO, not BO, BUTT1 button. So if I save it, now we get a button back. I can enter some data, and when I click on it, it would go into this JavaScript file and execute this method here. So let's do one thing. Let's go into this code. We write window.alert, and I can say hello form, Control S. Okay, so when I go back into my JavaScript and HTML, let me save this. So we have called the display method. Again, we have talked about this. On click basically means it's an event. When this event is triggered, a certain action should be performed. What action is? We have called this display method, that when user clicks on click, a display method should be executed. Now in this case, we have not specified the script tag because display is a JavaScript code. What we have done here is we just use the method name. What happens is that the script code or the script tags are basically implicitly added in your on click event. You don't need to specify them. Automatically, if you add a function here, the HTML and browser would understand that you are calling JavaScript. So you don't need to use the script tag. Okay, so it's implicitly added. So that's why we've called this method. So when this method is called, it will go and try to find where's JavaScript, and then it says, okay, we have a script tag, and we have imported a JavaScript or attached or linked this additional JavaScript file. So the code actually is not in this file, it's actually an external file. Okay, and in this file we have the simple JavaScript functions available. Now what we do is we come back here, we press S. If I come back here, if I enter some tag, click OK, we have this page says hello form available. As simple as that. Again, we created an HTML form, we click a button. On this button we created an event called display. As soon as I click on this button, an event occurs. That event triggers this JavaScript code or this JavaScript function. This function has a code called window.alert, and it processes that. Simple as that. So you can use external JavaScript functions in an external JavaScript file, embed that file in your HTML code. Usually we do that in a head tag, so that as soon as your HTML loads, the first thing is head tag, and the hashtag automatically loads your JavaScript file. So once you use it, you would be sure that this file is already incorporated in your HTML file or already embedded in your HTML file. Now, because we have created a form, the idea is that we enter some data on the form, and that data is basically processed. So how do we read the data from our HTML file? So we go back into our JavaScript. Here what we need to do is, for example, I create a local variable called variable data. Let's just use it as data is equals to, and then in order to read the form data, we need to go into document, an HTML document. Again, we have been talking about it. Document represents your web page. So on my web page, there's a form. So on this web page, in order to access it, we use something called document. Okay. So document my web page. Document dot forms. Okay. Why forms? Because we have used forms data. Okay. So this is the form. We have used this form to access the data. So I come back here, and in document I use dot forms. Previously we used document.writeLn. This time we are using document.forms. That on your document there is something called forms. Use that form. And now this form basically behaves like an array. So we give it an array sign because a form contains many elements inside it. A form can contain many text fields, many buttons, many radio buttons, many checklists, many text area. So it behaves like an array. So the data inside a form internally is handled like an array. So each element that we insert on a form is an array element. So what we do is we give it an array symbol, brackets, inverted quotations, and the name of that array. So in our case, we have given it, what was the name, if I remember correctly, my form. Okay. So this is my form. So I come back here and I say, go inside my form. Okay. Again, this is the name of the form. The first thing. Why the name of the form? Because again, we said that there can be many forms inside your HTML. Okay, so you can have many forms. So there can be 2-3 forms in your HTML, and you can process the data separately for each form. So in this case, we have specified that go and document, there is something called form. Which form? My form. Read the my form data. Inside my form data, there is an additional element called whatever the element is. So inside this form, okay, HTML, go inside HTML, find a form. Oh, we have a form. But which form? There can be many forms. So you find my form, a form that has name called my form. We said, okay. Then inside my form, again, if you break up the hierarchy, we have something called inputs. So which input you are talking about? There can be many fields. So in this case, this is called, what was the name of this input? Dummy. Okay. So I come here and I said, use dummy, D-U-M-Y, dummy. Okay. So now what we are trying to do is we are trying to tell this thing, let me close this. We are trying to tell this thing that go inside your document. Inside document, there is something called form. The name of the form is my form. Inside the form, there is a field called dummy. Read that dummy. What should you do? You take that dummy and then you read its value. Okay. So now what it will do, it will read the value of that dummy text field, which resides inside my form, which is a type of form inside your HTML document. Hopefully the hierarchy is clearly explained. So you simply use this code to access the data in a text field in your form. Then what we do is we can say form hello form data and colon space and then plus, and I can simply print the data here. Okay. So what we do now here is we print the data. So whatever data was there, we fetched the data, we saved it inside a variable called data. Okay. And then we printed this information on alert window, or we can do whatever we want with that data. Press Ctrl S. We go back into this, we press Ctrl S, we have this data available. So in this case, what's happening? Okay, HE hello, or let me in fact write my name here. Okay, and if I click OK, so you can see hello form data Zeeshan. So whatever data I entered here is now being displayed on my pop-up window. Now this is basically, we have used a simple form that reads the data using JavaScript, and then we processed it, or we displayed that data. Now, if you understand this concept, it's a very simple thing. We created a form having a form name, input types, on-click event, executed a method, a function. This function is a JavaScript function that we saved in an external file. In this file, we just created function file, display data, we use this method. Similarly, you can create many other methods and functions that can do lots of processing on the data. Similarly, we can process the data, we can validate the data. For example, if I want to do a validation, whether this data is email address or not, or for example, whether this data is empty or not, we can do that as well. So for example, we came here, we write this data. In fact, let's write if condition. Okay. If we have not talked about it, I will talk about it in next class, but just for a simple sake, if data is equal to blank, what should you do? Okay. Hang on. So we write a simple if condition. Now if condition basically validates a condition statement. What should happen in certain scenarios. Okay, so if the data is blank, meaning that if there is no data available, okay, and this is called equals to operator. It will evaluate a relation between that if the data is equals to nothing, there is no data, blank. What if I don't enter anything here? So if I don't enter here, click on this thing, see this, there's no output here. But before I click it, I should be informed by the system, okay, or there should be a message that there is no data available. So what I can do is, if the data is blank is equal to, I can generate an alert, window dot alert, and I can say please enter name in field. Okay, so for example, if I don't enter anything and I click OK and this is blank, so I just simply check it that enter, if this is blank, please enter the name in your field, press enter, and then I can do is return and FALSE false. Okay, what this should do is it should stop the next line being executed. It will return the value right from here, and from this point the code will go back to our return method. Hopefully this line will not be executed. So if I press S, go back into my code, press S, come back here, okay, and then if I don't enter anything here and click OK, please enter a name in the field. If I click OK, there you go. Now the next field was not executed and I only got an error message, please enter the name in the field. And once I enter my name again, okay, and press OK, this time hello from the Zeeshan data. So we did a simple form validation as well to validate whether there is a data inside this or not. Okay, what we did here was a simple condition, then alert message, then a return value. A return means that if this condition becomes true, if there is actually no data, display this message first, that please enter your name data, then do nothing, go back to your original value. Do not go and proceed further. Okay, so this is the further procedure. Do not proceed this data, return from this point forth. So as soon as this is executed, the condition becomes true, this message is displayed, and then return back to home. Do not go further because there is no point, because there is no data. Since there is no data and there is no point going further, we stop the execution of this function method by returning, and then false again is a boolean variable. So we need to give a dummy data. Okay, sometimes we just give it 0 or sometimes we just give it false, so that there's just a simple dummy data that's been sent, and it's basically interpreted as none value. Okay, false value. So what happens here is that once it reaches here, display is displayed and method executes, and we did a simple form validations. Okay, so if there is no method available or no data available, we can even validate that. So hopefully you understand this principle. We used forms here, we used functions and external JavaScript along with simple validation as well. Okay, my name is Dr. Zeeshan. If there's any confusion or problem, don't forget to leave the comments below and I will try to help you out. Thank you very much. Hello, Assalamu alaikum. In previous classes, we have been talking about JavaScript functions. Now we continue from there and we discuss various different operators that are used within JavaScript that allows us to perform multiple different functions. My name is Dr. Zeeshan. If you're here for the first time, kindly don't forget to subscribe to the channel so that you receive these updates regularly. Let's begin. Now, when we talk about what we call operators, operators are basically simply operators that allows us to do function on certain expressions. For example, using an expression called 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. All right, simple expression. Here 4 and 5 are known as operands and plus is what operator is. Okay. Similarly, Java language supports the following type of operators: arithmetic operators, comparison operators, logical operators, and what we call assignment operators. Along with this, we have something called conditional or ternary operators. Okay. Now, what do we again mean by operators? Operators are basically those symbols that perform various different tasks. 4 and 5 here basically behave like values, like data, technically known as operands. So 4 and 5 basically are the values of the data. They can be variables as well. These variables are basically connected or they are used using certain operators. And various different operators have various different tasks, as we will discuss right now. So for example, if we begin with arithmetic operators. Arithmetic operators are basically operators that perform a simple mathematical values or mathematical calculations. Okay. These operators are known as plus, minus, multiply, divide, percentage, increment operator with double plus, and double minus represents decrement operator. Plus, as we all know, adds two values, minus does the subtraction, multiplication, division, and again the very simple and easy operands. We have been using these mathematical operators for a very long time. So let's not go into very minor detail within it. Comparison operators now. Comparison operators are basically typical operators that are used to compare two values of a variable or two variable values of an operand. Okay. Basically, for example, if you consider a variable A that holds value 10 and variable B that holds value 20, then these are the various different comparison operators that we use to compare the value of two operands. Okay. They are usually represent answer in form of true and false. Comparison basically means that they compare the value whether the variable A holds the value which is comparable with respect to variable B. Okay, or it can be operands as well. And in this case, we have equal to operator, not equal to operator, greater than operator, less than operator, and greater than equal to and less than equal to. These are 6 major different comparison operators that are available within JavaScript operators. Again, these have been available in C++, in Java, in if you are using Visual Studio, Visual.net, PHP. Mostly you would find every single programming languages tend to use these operators exactly in the same way. A double equal to means that the value of operand A and value of operand B is exactly the same. The value not equal to, which is this operator here, basically this means that this operator value is exactly, if I go back, sorry, and hold a pen, let me give a pen, okay, this one here, this basically means not equal to, means that A is not equal to B, okay, and equal to means this operator is equal to B. Then we have greater than sign, means A is greater than B, or the less than sign, which basically means A is less than B, okay. Similarly, less than equal to and greater than equal to and less than equal to. So these are what we refer to as comparison operators. Now, logical operators. Logical operators are basically additional variables, additional operands in JavaScript that allows us to evaluate certain and or conditions within JavaScript. Okay. Again, we have been using this in previous languages as well. Comparative operators basically compare the value of two operands. They directly compare the two values. Whereas logical operators, we use to evaluate two different conditions. If condition A becomes true and condition B becomes true, then what should happen? So in certain types programming, we are bound to face within multiple conditions. Okay. So it evaluates the two different conditions and based on those conditions make a decision. In terms of previous example, comparison operators compare two different values, okay, or two different operands, value A, value B. However, when we talk about logical operators, it compares two different conditions, condition A, condition B. Condition A is true, condition B is true, then what should happen? If condition A is false, if condition B is true, what should happen then? Okay, so in certain scenarios, in certain situations, we come across that we need to do a detailed multi-level comparison. That if this happens, then that happened, then that happened. In that cases, what should happen? Okay, so we do not evaluate the direct value, but we evaluate various conditions. In that case, we use AND operator, OR operator, and NOT operator. AND operators are basically very strict. In this case, both the conditions need to be true. Once both the conditions are true, only then it would become true for the further process. If any one of the condition is false, it becomes false. OR operator with a double pipe sign are basically much more relaxed. It means that condition A is true or condition B is true. Any one of the condition is true, then it becomes true. So it requires any one condition to be true. AND is a very strict, it requires both to be true. Similarly, NOT is basically used to reverse the decision. Okay, so it's a logical NOT that would say that if condition A is true, make it false. If condition B is true, make it false. So it will reverse the decision. Okay. We will use them in further tasks as we go along. So I will show you more examples as we can. Then let's move to something called assignment operators. Again, this is very simple. We have been using and talking about this in common examples as well. Equals, which basically means we assign the value of A to B. Okay. So x equals 5 means 5 is a value that is assigned to x. X equals y means x value has been assigned to y. So it's a simple equals to operator. Plus equals to is basically an assignment and add operator. So basically what you do is you do addition as well as assignment in a single step. For example, we come here, C plus A means that C is equals to C plus A. So what we do is we say that add the value of C with A and then assign it back to C. Similarly, minus equals to, again same thing. In a one line we write that subtract the value of C from A and assign it back to C. Similarly, multiply equals to and divide equals to. So all these basically are 4 operators. We do not use them very commonly, but they are available. Plus equals to something that you would find more commonly used in various different expressions. Similarly, percentage equal to means that take the remainder from C to divide by A and assign the answer to your C value. Okay. So these are basically assignment operators that we tend to use. Most commonly is basically the equals operator that we use as we go along. Finally speaking, the conditional operators. The conditional expression is basically we use to evaluate if condition is true with respect to certain expressions. Okay. So for example, if condition is true, question mark, then value of X, exclamation, otherwise value of Y. Okay. So this is how basically we do the evaluation. So we write a conditional statement. If the condition is true, then X is executed, otherwise the value Y is executed. So in one line, basically these expressions are evaluated. They are more similar to if and else, and I will be talking more about them when we go into if and else as well. So in this case, we just simply say that if condition, which is again evaluated based on the conditional statements or logical statements, if the answer is true, question mark, then it should be either X value or colon Y value. Okay. So if condition is true, the value will be Y. If the condition is false, it will go to the next value. Simple as that. Okay. We will be doing more examples and hopefully we'll try to elaborate these things as we go along. So these are various different conditional operators that we use, or assignment operators, logical operators, and similarly comparison or what we call arithmetic operators within JavaScript. I will be giving examples of these as in the next classes as we go along. Thank you very much for watching. If you are for the first time, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. This is Dr. Zeeshan. See you around. Hello, very good evening to JavaScript's online lecture series. My name is Dr. Zeeshan, and today basically we're going to talk about conditional statements, if-else statements, switch statement, and nested if-else statements. Conditional statements are statements that we use within JavaScript to make some conditional decisions based on parameters, based on various different conditions, based on logical and conditional operators. If you're here for the first time, please don't forget to subscribe my channel so that you receive the updates on all these lectures. Let's begin. Now, conditional statements are basically statements that allow your program to make correct decisions and perform the right actions. JavaScript supports various different types of conditional statements, such as if statement, if-else statement, and if-else statement, or sometimes also known as nested if-else statements. If statement. The if statement is the fundamental control statement that allows JavaScript to make decisions, or more precisely, to execute statements conditionally. This statement has two forms. First being if, and we write expression in the brackets, and then we give a statement. In this form, expression is evaluated. The resulting value is true, statement is executed. If the resulting is false, the statement is not executed. This expression is basically where we make using the conditional operators or the logical operators. We remember we discussed greater than, equal to, not equal to operators. So we use two operands or values or data and we compare their behavior using the conditional statements. Those conditional statements then yield a result in form of true or false, which is required by the if expression. If always requires an answer in form of true or false. So the conditional operators that we had discussed previously use those operators and then give us a result in form of true and false. If then reads that true and false statement and based on that decides what needs to be executed and what not. So if condition becomes true, the statement gets executed. If the condition becomes false, nothing happens. The statement doesn't get executed and the next thing goes on. JavaScript syntax requires a single statement after the if keyword and a parenthesis expressions, but you can use statement block to combine multiple statements. For example, if you are going to use multiple statements, we give if, give expression using conditional operators, then we start a block, give multiple statements that need to be executed within that if block if the condition is true, and then we close the block. If else statement. The second form of if else statement, if else or the conditional statements is what we call if else clause. That is executed specifically when the condition within the expression becomes false. Okay. So for example, we write a statement such as if expression. The expression is basically again the conditional statements that we write using the conditional operators. We will show you a demonstration. Then statement. But what happens if the condition becomes false? What if the expression that we write inside the if it becomes false? In that case, else is executed. Else basically again is a keyword reserved word within our JavaScript, which basically means that if the condition from the if block is false, just execute the else statements or the statements that are under the else. This form of statement executes statements 1 or if the expression is true, and executes statement 2 if the expression is basically false. Similarly, we can create what we call nested if-else structure. By nested if-else structure, we mean we have if, we have else, we have if, we have else, we have if, we have else. Or in other words, we have nested form of if-else, 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 if-else. So if within one if-else, there is another if-else, and then there is another if-else, and then within those we have another if-else. And this hierarchy can go as long as you require. So for example, we have expression 1, if expression 1. If this expression becomes true, everything becomes readable. This is no need of processing. Okay. So if the expression is true, the statements are executed and the block ends and everything comes out. Then the rest of the code is not executed. But in case if expression in first if becomes false, then it goes inside the else, because else is only executed when the first if becomes false. If the expression here yields the result false, then come here and execute this else. Once it comes inside this else, it again has another if inside it. So else now evaluate another condition. So if the first if becomes false, what should we do? We come here into the else and now let's evaluate another condition. So in that case, another second if is evaluated. If this if becomes true, the statements within this block are executed, and then the control just goes outside and the remaining block is not executed. However, if this expression is again false, then the third else is executed. And within the third else, we have third if condition. So again, there is another if condition within it. So if this becomes true, the statements are executed and the block goes outside. However, again, if this becomes false, now the fourth else is executed. In this case, there is no else and the final statement is executed and the block goes. So this is an example of nested if-else structure, where if, else, within this else we have another if, within this if we have else, and then again we have if. So the structure follows if-else, if-else, if-else basis structure. This is what we refer to as nested if-else structure. Else if is, there is nothing special about this code. It's just a series of if statements where each if is a part of else clause. Okay. If the previous statement is true, then this else clause will not be executed. If the previous statement is false, only then the next if else would go. The statements are executed based on the true conditions. If none of the condition is true, then the last else block is executed. Then the third major conditional statement that we have available is called the switch statement. Sometimes in order to accommodate complex if else, if else, if else, if else, it's very difficult to manage and follow the hierarchy. However, what we do is we follow something called switch statement. Switch, it behaves like a multiple if else, multiple if else, multiple if else. But you can use it in a more simplified manner. You can use multiple if else and if else statements as the previously learned to perform multi-way branches. However, this is not always the best solution, especially when all of the branches depend on the value of a single variable. So you can use a switch statement which handles exactly the situation, and it does more efficiently than repeated if else, if else, if else statements. The basic syntax of switch statement is to give an expression to evaluate, and several different statements are used that are executed depending on which statement matches the expression. Okay, so for example, we use a switch clause. Again, switch is a keyword, reserved word in JavaScript. We don't use it as a variable name. Then we give it expression. This expression is basically a variable value. It is not a regular expression that we have used in previous if-else structure. This is just a regular value. So we give it a single value. This value is now evaluated based on each of its case. So sometimes it is known as switch case statements as well. So what switch has, it's a switch statement. It contains this expressional value, block start, block close. Within this, we have a case which has a certain value. We have a case which has certain value. We have a case which has certain conditional value. You can write as many cases as you want. What we do is we compare this switch equals to condition 1. If this becomes true, the statements are executed. If expression evaluated with condition 2, the statements are executed. If this expression is matched with the third case, the statement is executed. In each of the case, if the condition becomes true, the statements are executed and then the break statement follows. A break statement indicates that just break it here, do not read the remaining code. So if, for example, I use the first expression, if this expression is true, then we just execute the statements with this condition and break it. In that case, the remaining cases are not executed. Hope it explains a little theoretical background. Let's go back into the code and execute this thing in practical. Let's begin and do some exercises of if-else statement. The first being, for example, let's use the if-else statement. So in this case, I come into my JavaScript code and let me just save this, and we give a script tag, we give it a type which is basically text/JavaScript, so it knows that we are doing JavaScript coding. In this case, we specify now Java. So for example, we have variable age is equal to 40 semicolon. Now we use if statements. Okay, if block start, block close. Now if there's a single statement, we don't need to write a block, but if there are multiple statements, then we need to write or specify the block. Okay, so in this case, we give if bracket start, bracket close. Now here the expression comes. Now expression can be, for example, age is less than 50. Okay, now again 50. Now this is what we call conditional operator, which is less than, greater than, equal to, not equal to, different things. In this case, we have used a less than operator. If such is the case, then what we should do is we go into document, document dot write, and I can say bracket age is less than 50. Okay, semicolon. Now once we execute this, what should happen, that we took a variable and we compared this variable's value with a predefined value 50. Okay, if this condition becomes true, execute this statement. So we save it and we get age is less than 50. Okay, because we have 40. So what if I make this 60 now? Control S. As soon as I press S, now it says nothing. Okay, why there is nothing? Because if this condition becomes false, there is no other thing that we need to specify. Okay, there's nothing here to do. Okay, so in this case, now age has become 60. It came here, evaluated the condition, age is less than 50. The condition is false. Because the condition is false, this statement doesn't get executed. There is nothing to print. That is why we write something called else. If this is the case, now write document dot write, for example, age is greater than 50. Okay, save it. Now the age is greater than 50 because we gave it 60. What if again we gave it 30, press S, age is less than 50. What if we gave it, for example, 78, age is greater than 50. So if else basically evaluates the condition based on whatever operator we use. In this case, let's make it greater than. Okay, age is greater than 50. Control S, age. Now what happens is less than 50 because again we have switched the condition. So let's just change the word greater here and let me use the less here. Sorry, less than here. Okay, so now once greater than is true, it will execute greater than. So greater than is executed. So for example, now I make it 0. Control S, it is less than 50. Okay, what if I give it exactly 50? Control S, now the condition is less than 50. See this one, less than 50 is executed because it is 50. So here the condition is evaluating age is greater than 50, not equal to, greater than. If it is 51, now it should execute greater than 51. But once it is 50, it creates a problem. It's less than 50. So here that is why sometimes we use an operator called equal to. Now it means that equal to and greater than 50. So if it is equal to and greater than 50, now the condition becomes true. Okay. Similarly, we can use less than as well. If you even use less than, greater than what we have now. Okay. If I save it, we have no output. That's because when we write here, we write the equal sign here. So it's less than, equal to what we call the operator. Okay. So this is simple what we call greater than if else statements that we execute. Okay. So in this case, we have this function available. Now we can use this input in multiple different ways. We can take any value and we can compare whether this using if else statements. Similarly, you can write if else and then you can write if else here as well. So if, and we can specify more statements. So if age is, for example, or in fact, let's just make a program called marksheet. That would be fine. Okay. So for example, let's just come back here and we can, in fact, let's do one thing. Okay, let's come back here, input, and we can say, in fact, let's just make this in cool way. Form, let's just make a form. Okay, and form, let it be name is equal to mark sheet, marks. In fact, that should do the trick. And I think, let me just close this form. Within this form, let me create something called import, and let's just make it type type is equal to number, so the user always enters the number. Again, this is supposed to be within inverted quotation marks. Okay, and then there is something called name, and this can be again mark marks. I think let's just make this mark sheet, and this becomes marks. Okay, so this is my input value, and then I can give another input, and this the type can be, for example, button, and then the name can be button. Okay, check, check. Okay, and the value of this can be, value basically means what appears on your button. So here again I can write check, 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 check grade, grade. Okay, similarly here I can give an h1, and I can say check check your marks grade. Control S, and we have this field available. Let me just delete this input, Control S, and we have this form available. Okay, so we just created a simple form. I think let me just close this with marks available. Now what I want basically is that when I create and when I use this method, it calculates this data. So I can write within my script basically a function. So we create function, and name is check grade, check grade, and bracket start, bracket close. Okay, within this check grade I can give variable value, for example my marks. Now because I've declared marks here, this will behave like a local variable. Okay, so I don't need, for example, these things, so let me just delete this for now, and in fact this value as well. Okay, so we have function check grade. What should it happen? Once we give it certain value, it should check that if condition, okay, if your marks are less than 40, okay, what should you do? You write document dot write bracket start, bracket close, and then we can give inverted quotation marks. Here I write h2, and I can give a style is equals to bracket start. But because I'm using style within my quotations, I need to give another quotations. So instead of double quotes, I will use a single quotation mark. So quotation within a quotation, it will not work within a JavaScript. We have talked about this. If you need to write quotation within quotation, just give it, for example, single quotations. That should do the trick. So in this case, let me use green, or let me use red. Okay, red, and that should do the trick. And then I come here and I can say plus. If it is less than 40, it can be, for example, D grade. Okay, so you got a D grade. Yeah, that should do the trick. And backslash h2 backslash Control S. Now we have created a function. Let's just test this function for now. So I have a button, I have a value available already with me. If I come back here and in fact reduce this, I think I've increased the font size so you can read it. Let me just increase the font size even for more, so that's more readable, because that's a complaint I've been getting. So I've created a simple form. I've written a function here. I have a button here. On this button, again, inside this button's closing marks, I will write something called onClick event. We will be talking about various different events in HTML5 in next classes. So onClick event, I will basically call as check grade event with marks value. Okay, so I need to call this check grade button value. So if I come here and make it, for example, give it a value, click on check, nothing happens. Okay, that's because one thing, we have given onClick check grade this method, but we have not passed it a particular value. So now we need to pass it a value. Now this value is supposed to be form field. So I think the better thing we can do is, if I come back here, if I delete this marks here, and let me use a variable marks here. Okay, and is equals to, and if I maximize this so we can write it and you can understand it in a better way. So if I come here, I write document dot forms. Okay, because we have created a form and now we need to read the, oh sorry, where's it going? Let me just bring it here. So close here. because we have created a form and we need to read the data of a form. So how do we do that using JavaScript? We come here and let me do that. So we do document dot forms and then we give it double quotation marks like this. So basically this now means that a form contains many elements. So we said that go inside a document, there's a form. Inside a form there is an array element that has a name called mark sheet, okay, which we gave here, the form name. Within this form name there is a second array which is the name of its component, which is marks, okay, this marks here. Then we apply a dot operator and then we connect its value. So we say read the value of marks, which is a text field, which inside a form field, inside a document field. Okay, so document basically is an object. We will be talking about document objects in later classes. So go inside a document, which is basically your web page. Inside this web page there is a form. That form name is marksheet. So there can be multiple forms as well. So form that has a name called marksheet, read that marksheet form. Inside this marksheet form there is a marks text field. Read the marks text field. Once you read the marks text field, get its value, whatever value is, and then store that value inside the marks variable. Now we can check this condition. So if I press S and come back here, and for example if I give 23, we get a D grade. Perfect. Okay, now what has happened here is that it has generated on a new page because we have written on this document.writeLN. So in order to reduce that, what we can do is we can give a document.innerHTML. we can read that. Okay, so I can say, for example, let me give outside a form there can be a paragraph, and then I can give it an ID is equals to res result. Okay, result result. Save it here, and then instead of writing this code, we can write, for example, come here, document dot get element by ID, and once you do that, inside it there is an element called result. Okay, so fetch this result, and then inner HTML of that result is equals to this color can come here. So this string can be Control X, and I can set this string here, semicolon, and then let me just delete this. So what we did now is that we created a paragraph tag inside it. Because it's inside a script function, it doesn't know which document you are talking about, so it generates the output on a new document. So in order to generate the output on the same document, we created a paragraph tag, and we gave no text information inside it. We just created a result ID. Now we said that go inside a document, get element by a result ID, get an element that has ID called result, go inside it and inner HTML, access its inner HTML, and then replace it with this particular string. So we replaced it with this string. So if I give 31 marks, check grade, I got a D grade. In fact, it should not be a D grade. Okay, let's just create this thing. Okay, it should actually be, if I come back into my code now, at least it's now working. You get basically F grade, okay, which is fail. F grade, which is fail. So if I can write here FAIL, fail. Okay, so now if I come here and for example if I give just 32 marks, check grade, I get fail grade. That means this is basically working. I said perfect. Okay, now because we have used, because we had used single form, single what we call if statement, so we don't need to write the block here. If you want, you can write multiple statements there. Obviously I've increased the font size, so hopefully it should be a little bit easy to read if I just reduce some of the spaces. So if this statement gets executed, let me increase the space font size so you can read it. Now basically we need to write another if else statement. So what I do is I just do the copy here, come here, paste it, and give else here. So else if your marks are not 40, so what we can do is we say greater than equal to. So it's greater than equal to 40, and let's use logical operators, and we say marks less than equal to, for example, 50, or less than just equal to 50. Okay, now no need to for 50 because greater than 50 will means we have good grades. So what now we have done here is we have used two conditions and we have used the logical conditions. Okay, let me explain this in a detail. So this is one condition, and this is the second condition. This means if your marks are greater than 40, okay, and your marks are less than 50. So we are evaluating two conditions with a logical condition. Okay, this is a logical operator. This is condition 1. This is condition 2. Inside condition 1, we have marks greater than 40. Inside condition 2, we have marks less than 50. So two conditions, and then those two conditions are again being evaluated by a logical operators. So at the same time, we are actually doing three things now. Condition 1 being evaluated, condition 2 being evaluated, and then both conditions result is being evaluated by the third conditional operator. Okay, so condition 1 result, condition second result is being evaluated by the condition third operator, which is a logical operator. Now AND means if this is true and this is true, only then this will be executed. So I can say this will be my D grade now. Okay, so this is like D grade. Okay, Control S. Let's check this. So if I come here and for example I give 42 marks, check, you get a D grade. If I give just 2 marks, fail. Okay, so this is what if else does. Using if else, using a single value, we evaluate the conditions. We created a form, we checked it. Now I just copy this if else again, come here and paste it. So what if my marks are 55? Okay, so let's just come here, and if I give 55, again I just get a D grade, which is not. In my understanding, if my marks are above 50, so I change this condition. Now it means if your marks are greater than equal to 50, so if you get a 50 marks and your marks are less than 60 in this case, so you get what we call a C grade. So if I save it, now if I get a 54 marks, oh, D grade, why D grade, why D grade, I have not saved it. Let me just save it. Okay, so this is saved, Control S. Now it should be that if I get 54 marks, I think we did not refresh it or what, 54, check it, D grade again. So there's an error here. Let's just see what's we've done here. Else we change it to C. So the error basically is, if it's not an error, it's something that JavaScript needs to do, is that if you come here and if else, because we have used this is condition 1 and this is condition 2, you need to put this in parentheses, otherwise JavaScript won't be able to understand it properly. So now basically means evaluate this condition and go back here and come back here and put this in parentheses as well. So evaluate this condition and evaluate this condition, and then whatever is the output of the both conditions, do the AND operator on that. So if both are true, only then this document block will be executed. If one of them is false, this will not get executed and it will automatically jump to its corresponding else. Okay, so if this if becomes true in both sides, this will execute and it will just exit the program. In either case, one of this is false, now it will go inside the if else statement. Okay, so inside this else we have another if statement. So what we do is again we put this inside the brackets. Okay, because in JavaScript it requires, in Java if you're coming from there, you might not need to use these brackets because Java automatically understands the expressions in a different way. So in Java there was no such need, but you can do that. But in JavaScript you do require to separate and segregate with respect to parentheses. So now it means that it will evaluate this parenthesis first, then this parenthesis first, and then whatever the answer of these both parentheses is, it will be logically decided. Okay, so now it basically means that once your grade is greater than 50 and less than 60, your marks, your grade is basically C grade. So let's just test this, save it, go back into our code, and for example if I give it 44, check, it's a D grade. If I give it 54, check it, it's a C grade. Okay, now it's printing thing. I think I just printed this value here, so let me just cancel this, Control S. So now we have 56 C grade. If I give it a 60, if I give it a 60, and it's just still C grade. So let's just come here and copy this if else statement. What if my marks are greater than 60? What should I do then? So I press enter, paste it, and then this statement basically actually comes under this else. So if this if is false, it will go to this else, and inside this else we have another if statement. This if is supposed to be greater than 60. If your marks are greater than 60 and less than, for example, I think 75, let's just make it 75 or 80. Let's just make it 80. Okay, you get what we call a B grade. Okay, that should do it. And then let's just do it, copy paste one more time, and in this case now we go there. Okay, so this is what we call nested if else structure behaves like. So in this case, if this if becomes false, this else is executed. Okay, inside the else there is another if statement. If this if becomes false, this else gets executed. Inside this else, there is again another if. If this becomes false, then what we do is we write a general else statement and we say paste, but there is no if in this way. So a simple else, and this else should say not C grade, enter marks between 0 and 100, control S. Okay, so in this case we had 80 marks, and so we just correct this. So if it is greater than 80 and less than, for example, 100, okay, control S, this should solve the problem. So now if I have 2 marks, I get fail. If I give a 40 marks, I get a D grade. If I give 55, I get a C grade. If I give 67, it's a B grade. If I give 89, it's a C grade. 89 is a C grade. Why is 89 a C grade? If it's less than 80 and greater than 60, it's supposed to be B grade. Okay, we haven't changed this code here, sorry. So it's D, C, B, and it's A. So just need to change that. Again, A grade, control S. So now it should be okay. So if I give, for example, 89, we get an A grade. Perfect. Okay, so this is how basically my marks are supposed to distribute. If you need to understand the logic of it, whatever we can do here is that I can come here, input your marks, and we can create a simple table explaining the grade. So in my understanding, it's just like if your marks are less than 40, you fail, 40 to 50, D grade, and so on and so forth. So this is simple structure of if else with the logical operators, and hopefully you understand this, and then we can create more complex program based on if else structure as you go along. Okay. If you have any queries and problems, don't forget to leave your comment down below, and I will try to guide you with that. Thank you very much for watching. See you around for the next class. Assalamu alaikum. We have been talking about JavaScript in previous lectures, and then today, again continuing from there, we will be basically discussing about loops in JavaScript. Very well, there are basically 5 main types of loops: for loop, while loop, do while loop, for in loop, and for off loop. My name is Dr. Zeeshan. If you are here for the first time, please don't forget to subscribe my channel and hit that bell icon so that you receive the notifications of all the new videos that I'm going to post regularly now. Let's begin. Now, loops is something that has been available in programming for quite a lot of time. Everybody has been using it for a very, very long time, from C, C++, Java. Most people are already familiar with it. So if you're coming from that language or from that C, Java, or from C++, you should already be knowing what loops are. If you're here for the first time and you haven't heard about loops before, let's discuss it very briefly. Okay. Now, the looping statements are basically such type of statements that bend the path of the statements, or bend the path of the program flow to repeat certain piece of code again and again. So, for example, you need some instructions to be processed or printed again and again. You need to do in loops. You don't need to write each statement 10 times. You can just simply use a looping statement. And what looping does is that it repeats certain statements based on a certain condition as many times as you want. Okay. So, for example, you need to print the table of 10, for example. So you don't need to print 10 individual lines. You can put the single line in a loop and just change the variable. So it will change the variable, recalculate, and generate the line. So in 2 lines, you can generate the table. For example, if you want to generate the table 100 times, so you don't need to write 100 lines. You just use a looping statement, 2 lines, and those 2 lines will actually repeat 100 times. So 2 lines of code can be repeated itself 100 times or 1000 times. It is an extremely essential form of code that is used extensively to produce every type of statement that is required to be repeating itself. Okay, especially when you play games, and games, lots of things are required to repeat itself. In programming, in logic, in conditional statements, there's lots of things that we do with loops. In JavaScript specifically, as we said, we have 5 major types: for in, for off, while, and do while loops. Okay, so let's begin with the for loop. For loop is the most compact form of loop and includes the following 3 portions. It contains a looping initialization statement, a test statement, and an iteration statement. Initialization statement is basically where you initialize a variable, where you give it an initial value. Test statement is the expression statement, where you actually write a test condition or expression or a conditional statement, like we did in if else. Iteration statement is the increment that you want each time the loop reiterates itself. Hopefully it explains. Okay. So a typical syntax of a for loop is for loop, bracket start, bracket close. Within these brackets, we write something called initialization, test condition, and iteration statement. Because these are three statements written inside single parenthesis, we need to separate them using semicolon. That's a mandatory thing. The same mandatory thing exists in C, C++, and Java as well. So if you're coming from there, or even C#, Visual Studio, almost every other language has the same standard format. The first portion is initialization, where we initialize the variable. Second is the conditional statements, where we give a certain condition. Based on this condition, the loop will continue or stop. Third is the iteration statement, that once the condition is true, how many iterations it is supposed to perform. So it will do incremental iterations until a condition becomes false. Then once the condition is true, the statements that exist within the for loop body are executed. For loop, a typical statement again becomes, for example, we write for statement 1, statement 2, statement 3, and we write a block of code and we close the statement. Again, if it's a single line of code, you don't need to give the block. Okay, but if you are multi-line, then you need to write the block. Same principle again coming from Java. So for example, again for I is equal to 0, this is the initialization statement where we initialize the value. I is less than 5. If I is less than 5, what should happen? This is a conditional statement, and this is what we call increment statement. So here the iteration statement, test condition, initialization are basically written in these three orders: initialization, condition, and iteration. Now let's break these three statements further. In the first statement, what we did initialization. By initialization means we initialize a variable with a particular value. So in this case, we said start from 0. Then semicolon. Again, semicolon is a mandatory part of for loop. Next is the condition. By condition, we mean we need to evaluate a certain condition. Until this condition becomes false, the loop will continue to execute, keeping that thing in mind. Until this condition false, because loop again means something that is going to repeat itself. How many times should it repeat? That's the key point, and that is why the condition is very key thing. This condition determines how many times the loop will actually iterate itself, reiterate itself. It will continue to execute the statement until this condition becomes false. When this becomes false, the loop will quietly exit. Okay, so we give this conditional statement based on the values that we need this loop to run for. Then the third again semicolon, part of the loop. Then the third statement. The third statement is basically called an increment statement. Usually we give a simple I++. Most of the occasions, 90% we were using simple ++ operator. This basically means that take the value of I, evaluate a condition. If I is less than 5, it becomes true. If it becomes true, execute the body of the loop. Okay, so that whatever is statements we write here will get executed. Next time when the loop comes back again into the statement, it will increment its value I+1. So now previously I was 0, now it becomes 1. Then it will evaluate the condition again. If I is 1 now, is it still less than 5? We said yes, it's still less than 5. So it executes twice. Now it again goes back into the system. It will again print this statement, then again come back into I, again increment. So now I becomes 3. Oh, sorry, 2. Because previous it was 0, then it became 1, now it becomes 2. When it becomes 2, it again comes here. So this is the third iteration. I is less than 5, condition becomes 2. Yes, I is 3, it's still less than 5, body gets executed. Once the body gets executed, again it goes back to I. Now I becomes 3, the fourth iteration. Remember we're starting from 0. So fourth iteration, I becomes 4. Oh, 3, sorry. See? Then again it goes and evaluates the condition. If I is less than 5, condition becomes true. If condition is true, look, again the body of the statement is executed. Then again it goes back, I now becomes 4. Iteration 5. I becomes 4. So again it goes here and checks the condition I is less than equal to 5. Condition again becomes true. Again the body is executed. So it has executed 5 times already. The 6th time it goes back, now I becomes 5. It checks the condition I is less than 5, its condition becomes false. Because it becomes false, it now exits the loop. So in total, starting from 0, the loop will run 5 times. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, the loop will run 5 times. Every time it will do an increment, check the condition, increment, then check the condition. If the condition is true, it will execute the body. Condition true, execute the body. Condition true, execute the body. As soon as the condition becomes false, it executes the loop. This is a typical behavior of a for loop, and generally speaking, every loop, in other words. Okay, and the same behavior is followed everywhere. Okay, now let's discuss for in loop. For in loop is basically a type of loop that evaluates certain properties of an object. So for example, an object contains multiple properties. this loop goes inside those properties and evaluates and checks and reads each individual property. More like reading elements of an array. Okay, and you can do that using simply x for in loop. Here, for example, we create a variable called a variable person and we give it 3 different elements. Then we create a variable called test and a variable x. Now the way for in loop works is that it takes the value of x, sees that whether it exists in an object such as in person, and then it iterates itself. Okay, and it goes inside each element and iterates. So in this case, x in person, is there an element 0 in person, condition true, assign that value to text. Then again it will loop around. X now becomes 1, x, that element exists in person. He said yes, there is a 1 element in this person, assign its value to text. Then again it iterates, loop will reiterate, x becomes 2, is there any element in person 2? Yes, there is an index 2, so assign that to text. Then x becomes 3, is there any third element? So 0, 1, 2, there is no third element, it becomes false, the loop breaks. So the way it works is that it usually iterates the properties of an object or a container. So if a container contains 3 elements, it goes and checks that is any element present at 0 index? If yes, assign that or do whatever you want to do with it. If elements exist in 1 index, does the element exist in 2 index, and so on and so forth. So it's a common statement that we use. Then let's go into next loop, for off loop. The JavaScript for off statement loops through the values of an iteratable object. For off lets you loop over data structures that are iteratable, such as arrays, strings, maps, node list, and many more. The for off loop has the following syntax. For variables of iteratable. So we create iteratable items such as arrays, strings, maps, node list, and etc. within JavaScript. And then we iterate each of these elements using the for off loop. In this case, we assign it a variable. We use the off keyword here, and then we give it that array iteratable component, such as an array or a string or whatever you want to create. So it will iterate through each element of an array, each element of a string, each element of a map, or whatever you want to do. So here it basically means iterate, or in other words, read each element of maps, each element of arrays, or each element of a string. That's how basically it tends to work. Okay, so this is for off loop. Okay, so let's come back here and start to discuss the Java's loops. So let me discuss, for example, h2 for dash in loop. Okay, because this is the most typical of all the loops. So in this case, we will come here and create, for example, a paragraph. Okay, so we can print the output inside it, ID, and in this case can be est test. Okay, backslash paragraph. So that's we go. So we create an empty paragraph script. Now let's just create a script and close this. We have a script tag available. In this case, I will create a simple what we call a variable, which is, in other words, person, that we used previously. Person is equals to. Now we create an elements of this person. So for example, f name colon can be Zeeshan. Okay, space last name colon can be BHATTI, comma age colon can be, for example, oops, sorry, where did I go? Hang on. Age colon can be, for example, where did we go? 38. Okay, hang on. There we go. Okay, so we created a basic structure here. Now we create another variable called test semicolon. Let's just give it a blank values, in fact, now semicolon, and then another variable x semicolon. So we create loop called for, and this in for loop, what we need to do is we need to say that find the variable value of x in person, person. Okay, bracket start, bracket close. Now here it basically means that go inside the value of person, okay, and then iterate each index of this person. So it contains 1, 2, 3. So x will run 3 times, in other words, starting from 0, 1, 2. Okay. So remember, always arrays or strings, they have a 0 index. Same thing goes here. So 0 index, 1 index, 2 index. This will go inside this. So it will automatically increment. This variable will auto increment, and it will always check inside the person. And here basically we write, for example, text is equal to, take the value of text, add it with person, PURSON person, and the array symbol, and we give it the x variable. So x index, take the index of x, which is initially would be 0. Whatever element is at the 0 index, assign it to text. Next time, whatever element is at the 1, add that element to the text. So previously text would have Zeeshan, then it will print on my surname, and then third time it will have my Zeeshan. Okay, so hopefully that should do the trick. If I press Control S and go back into the browsers, I think if I turn on the live view, and here we go. Okay, so for in loop, we have for in loop, and I think it's executing, or it's not executing. Why we are not getting any output? Because we have not printed the value of text yet. Okay, so here we go. So after the loop ends, I can say document dot get element by ID, and usually this is what we tend to do more commonly. Give a bracket and give a test. Now again, get element by ID is the test ID of this paragraph or empty paragraph that we created. Then dot inner HTML is something that we love to do, is equal to text text. Okay, space. Save it. So now basically whatever is the final data saved in this text variable that we created here, print that text. And in this case, Control S, we come back here, and what happened? Please refresh. No refresh. We didn't like it. Why it didn't like it? Ah, okay. So again, I made a simple mistake. There is no output here because this is text and I write text. Silly mistake. Sorry, my mistake. Control S. Now for God's sake, please give me some output. Ah, no, Control S. Enter. Still no output. Ah, okay, again. See, this is text. This is text. I'm making silly mistakes. Control S. For God's sake. Now output. Now it's okay. Test. Everything is okay. Still no output. Why no output? Ah, because again, I have made test here, and this is text. So this is also become test. This is also become test. Thank God. Please output. There you go. Okay, so silly mistakes, do remember, you don't make those mistakes. If you find mistakes of this type, usually the first thing I do is I try to see that I've corrected the variable names. Sometimes it happens, so text becomes same thing. The other thing we do is we go into the console and see what errors we have been generating in JavaScript. So anyway, so we get a Zeeshan D33. Now again, there is no space, so what we can do here is, in this string, we can come here, and I guess we can do another plus and then add a space and then just close the string. So what this do, every time it adds a string, it will add a few space as well. So now if you come back, you would find there is a space between the characters. Now let's just say I add another character here. For example, ACA colon, and this can be Zeeshan Academy. Control S. If I come back here, you would see this now it's printing 4 times. So I haven't changed anything inside the loop. I just changed the number of elements. So again, comma, I add another elements. Okay, CHA channel, and I can say YouTube YOUTUB tube. Okay, Control S. Go back here. You see this element is being now printed. So if I just come back here, and you would see that as soon as we change the elements within this window, every time we change something, it will automatically get printed here. Okay, so after channel, if you add another element such as what should I add more? I don't know. For name, blah blah blah. Okay, university colon, and I can say SIN university, and press S, and Sin University is added. Obviously, we can add a new line to it. For example, this is my code, so I can write BR here. And what this should do technically, that after every word it should add a BR. So it should add a BR, and every word is being printed on the new line. Depends how you want to print it, baby. This is very easy and very simple. Similarly, so you see, this is basically, we created an object having multiple properties, and what X for n person basically means that it will now automatically go and iterate every time. So X in will automatically iterate itself. Okay, so you don't need to add plus plus to it, and you just add X and in, and there is no other condition. No other conditional statements. It will automatically iterate itself and go inside this person and check whether there is new index present in that item or not. So every time it goes, iterates the person in that object and finds a new element. So all you need to do is this element needs to keep adding. So if you have a form where people are continuously, or the person is continuously adding more data, that data is being continuously processed. You don't need to change the code. You just need to ensure that this data is being filled. As soon as more data or choices or options are being given, this data will be, list will be populated automatically. That's the major advantage of using for inting. Okay. Similarly, we can go and try the next loop in. The next loop was for off. So if I come back here, and I think if I go here, for off loop. Now for off loop again, it uses the same thing. So we can create an array, we can have multiple elements with an array, and it will iterate itself. So let's just try an example of that. So if I come back here and in this way, let me just continue from there. Okay, let me add another paragraph. ID is equal to bracket for off. I will write this. Sorry, let me close that. Tag/p, and then again I write another script tag. Thank you very much for that. And then within this script tag, we write the same concept. Okay, what we need to write now is we come here and we can create, for example, a variable cars is equals to bracket start bracket close. Sorry, I think this bracket would be better. Semicolon, please, if you don't mind. And then in single quotations, I can say, for example, BMW, comma, single quotations again, and then we can write, for example, Volvo, okay, and then single quotations again, and then I can write Mini and whatever cars names you want to give. Okay, then you come here, we create another variable X. That's it. So this is basically our simple array that contains multiple elements. It can be anything for that matter of sake. Then we can say for bracket X, comma, sorry, X of cars. Okay, block start. And now what we can do is we can print anything like we did previously. So here we can say document dot write, and we can print the value of X plus bracket, and we can say, for example, BR. Okay, and let me give a little bit of space. In fact, usually HTML5 standard requires you to use it in this way. So as soon as I save it, you see this value is being printed now. Okay, simple as that. Which basically means we are iterating the variable array. Okay, it goes inside X. It says read the first element of cars. Then next time loop iterates, read the second element of cars, read the third element of cars. As many elements it has inside an array, it will be iterated, it will be read, value will be fed inside X, and that value can be printed. Simple. Nothing else we need to do. So for example, the same thing that we did previously. Variable my data, okay, data is equals to, and I can create, for example, Zeeshan, comma, and then I can give a value, for example, BHATTI, okay, and then I can say, for example, third value can be 38, Control S, and instead of cars, now I can write my data. Okay, S. As soon as I see my data has been printed. So I have three elements. So now if I increase something in array, so if I'm creating a dynamic array whose elements are being fed at runtime, maybe it's users options, what they would like to choose, and elements that they're choosing. So as soon as they click, that item goes inside an array or a string or a map or any other vector, iteratable vector. All you need to do is just add the elements. The data itself, or reading of that data again, will be done automatically. You don't need to change anything here. Okay, so in this case, I come here and I said another element, Zeeshan ACADE Academy. I Control S this, hang on, quotation. Sorry, I think single quotation starts here and single quotation add here. Save it. See, at the output, the name is being added. Then I can add, for example, single quotations, YouTube. Save it, this value. So I'm just adding elements, and what this loop is doing every time it executes, it says go inside the my data, read the first element, assign it to X, print that X. Go inside my data, read the next element, assign it to X, print it down here. So for off is very common and very useful loop that basically allows us to iterate objects of an array or a string, and you don't need to change this. The good thing about this is that you don't need to fix or give it any size. The normal if you need to give a size. So if you had to iterate 5 times, you had to give a 5 times. Here it's not bound, so it's hopefully more understandable and more clear. Then finally, the last 2-3 loops that we have to cover quickly is known as what we call while loop. Okay. Now, if you have been reading previously and if you have been following up till now, we have discussed for loop. While loop again behaves similar way. The purpose of while loop is to execute a statement or a code or a block repetitively, as long as the expression or the conditional statement that we provide are true. That's it. So what while loop does, it's a very simplified loop. It doesn't take the three arguments that we specified in for loop. It only says that give me a condition. So it only takes a condition. If that condition is true, it will execute the statements. If the condition is not true, it will execute. So as long as the condition remains true, the loop will continue to execute. As simple as that. Okay. And then we have a do while loop. The difference between do while and while is that do while loop, you write do statements first and then you evaluate the condition. In a while loop, what we did was we evaluated the condition first, then the statements. However, if you go inside the do while loop, now what happens is that you are evaluating the statements, executing the statements, and then evaluating the condition. So you write do, block start, give a statements, block close, and after that you write a while statement, and then there is a semicolon. This is the typical syntax of do while. The condition basically again is any condition that would evaluate to be either true or false using conditional statements or conditional operators or logical operators. Anything that would evaluate as true or false using conditional operators or logical operators is supposed to be entered here. Based on that condition, loop will go. Now the major difference between while, for, and do while is that the do while in a do while loop, the statements will execute at least one time, because the statement are executing before the actual condition is being evaluated. Here the statement is being executed first. So what happens in do while is that they execute the statement at least once. Then they go and evaluate the condition. Then they see, what is the condition? If the condition becomes false right at the first iteration, it exits. But still the statements got executed at least one time. However, in while or for loops, the condition is evaluated first. They check the condition first and then they iterate. Then this loop will start and then they print the statements. That's the major difference. So the condition in all the cases is basically same. You can write any of these conditions here. Now when you write a while loop or do while loop, the responsibility of placing the increment operator, which is this one, this operator, and the initialization falls on your head. Usually what we do is we give the initialization before while, and we give the increment operator or the increment of the value inside the while. Okay, but it falls in our responsibilities how we want to do that. So this is while and do while loop that we discussed. Okay, my name is Dr. Zeeshan. If you've been watching, thank you very much for that. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If any problem or anything you don't understand, leave the comments down below and we will discuss that. See you around. Fi amanullah.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. In previous classes we have been discussing about JavaScript and JavaScript functions, variables, and how we use JavaScript to validate the forms. Today basically we will be talking about one of the major concepts within JavaScript called document object model. Sometimes we discuss this a little later on, but I like to discuss it a little early because this is something that we've been using and we will be using in various different examples as well. So it's better to understand exactly how JavaScript is working with respect to document object model, and we will discuss various aspects of this model: what are window, what is object, what's methods, what's property, how we use the document as an object within our JavaScript. I'm Dr. Zeeshan. If you're here for the first time, kindly don't forget to subscribe this channel and hit that bell icon so that you receive the latest videos and updates regularly. Let's begin. Now, every web page resides inside a web browser. We all know that, okay? Which can be basically considered as an object, okay? A document object represents the HTML document that is displayed in that particular window. A document object has various properties that refers to other objects which allow access to and modification of that particular content. The way that document content is accessed and modified is called document object model, or DOM. The objects are basically organized in what we call a hierarchy. The DOM is basically a W3C consortium standard document object model. Document object model defines a standard for accessing documents. In other words, okay, we can say that it's a standard, it's a protocol, it's a set of rules that defines us that how you can access a document. Again, a document being a particular web page. So whenever we refer to a document with respect to JavaScript or with respect to DOM, basically we are referring to a particular web page. So W3C document object model is a platform and language natural interface that allows programs and scripts to dynamically access and update the content, structure, and the style of documents. Same thing, basically meaning that if I explain it in clear words, that it's a interface, it's a programming rules that allows us to define how we can dynamically access and update various different contents in a particular web page. Okay, so that web page or that content can be any content using HTML or even CSS. So any content that is existing on a web page, how we change those content, what are the rules, methods, and modifications that you use, you can basically specify it with respect to DOM model. Okay, so this is basically a model. It's not a core like a structure, or it's not like a core language. It's just a model or a standard that allows us to explain and define various different concepts within a particular web page. Basically this W3C DOM standard is separated into three different parts. First being core DOM, second XML DOM, and third HTML DOM. Core DOM standard model for all document types, all web pages in other words. A standard model is for XML documents only. So XML document is basically, our XML DOM is basically specified for XML documents. So if you're working with XML, you would be using XML DOM. HTML DOM is standard model for HTML documents. Okay, so specifically web pages only. So majorly we are concerned, and we will be discussing primarily HTML DOM in detail. This hierarchical structure applies to the organization of an object in a web document. Again, document or DOM model basically provides a hierarchical structure that allows us to separate various different elements within a web page in a hierarchy. This hierarchy structure is what we are referring here. The window object, for example, is the top of hierarchy. It is the outmost element of the object hierarchy. Then we have something called document object. Then we have something called a form object, and then form control elements. Each of these components are basically referred to as a document object model elements. Okay, if I come here, I think I will be able to explain it in more form. Again, this is what a typical document object model looks like. It represents a hierarchy of components that allows us to control and use them. So for example, at the top of the hierarchy is a window, which basically is your browser window, any browser window for that matter. It's not specific to a single browser. So any browser window, and that might have a frame, a parent, a self, and a top, four major attributes. Frame being individual frames within the window, a parent frame, a parent window, in other words, self being it's the self page that is being currently visible, and the top frame. So window object is usually residing on the top of the hierarchy. Then we have something called a history, document, and the location. History, as you all know, every web page maintains a history, so it keeps a track of web pages that we have basically been accessed. Majorly we work with this thing called documentation. Document is basically your web page. This is what we will be working. So we work with window, then we come to the document, which refers to the web page, each single web page within your browser. Then this web page is again further broken down into hierarchy. We have links, we have forms, we have anchor tags, we have div tags, for example, and then so on and so forth. Document has a form tag. Form again has multiple other tags. For example, link has no subtag. If a paragraph has no subtag, headings might have subtags like heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, heading 4. We can say those can be used as a sublinks, but usually it's just a simple thing. Similarly, image tags. So a document can contain lots of tags, and so all hierarchy items are not mentioned here. But then there are some tags that have a subtag. For example, form tag. Form has items. Form has types of input items, which means radio buttons, text area, password fields, reset button, and all and so forth. We can have tables, for example, here as well. So a document may contain a table. A table has a sub items called table rows and table columns, table headers, table footers, for example. Then a document may also have lists, which may contain ordered list or unordered list. Then each ordered and unordered list contains list items, and so on and so forth. So basically this defines as the hierarchy in which each component may be accessed. So if you need to access, for example, a select or a text field within a particular document, or you need to read that content of an element, this text field. So what you do is you go inside your document. Inside the document you go into the form. From inside the form you go into that text field. So you have to follow the hierarchy to access a particular text field which belongs to a form inside a particular document, which then again is inside a particular window for that matter. Okay, so this is a hierarchy that you need to follow, and this is what we need to understand. So in previous class we also had used what we called reading data from form, and we did a similar thing where we used document dot forms, and then within forms we had used a two-dimensional array defining the form name and the text field name, and then dot value which read the form. So basically we try to follow the same hierarchy. Okay, then if you understand the HTML DOM more specifically, the HTML DOM is basically again considered as a tree hierarchical structure. This hierarchical structure contains document, then the root element is HTML. We all know that every HTML document starts with an HTML tag. Then within the HTML tag we have two subtags called head tag and body tag. That's it. So this HTML tag has a major element called head and second most called body. Head may contain title, head may contain text title area, title for example, head may contain the link tags, head may contain the script tag, head may contain other metadata tags. The title for example then contains the text itself, so each text is there. Similarly, if you go into the body contains for example anchor tag, the anchor tag contains href, my link text. The body also contains heading 1 which contains the text, it contains paragraphs, it contains div tags, tables and so on so forth. So the major aspect here is that in order to use this tag, in order to use this text, in other words, for using JavaScript, okay, so for example you need to read this text, or you need to change this text, or you need to process this text using JavaScript. In order to access this text you have to follow the hierarchy. You cannot directly access this text. You need to understand this hierarchical structure defines that within our HTML every component has a hierarchical structure, so you need to follow that structure. Again, by that meaning, remember we use something called document dot get element by ID, so which means document, this is the main object, these are the various elements of that object. So inside document get element by ID, so this is an element, get an element that has ID called whatever ID we specify, for example test. Then that ID will be returned by having this particular tag. Then we use the property called .inner HTML. We will show you examples with that. So this is the inner HTML. So in order to access this inner HTML, we used inner HTML with the get element by ID which belong to a particular document, following the hierarchy. Okay, hopefully it explains it. What exactly is the HTML DOM? The HTML DOM is a standard object model and a programming interface for HTML. It defines that an HTML element as an object, the meaning basically that each HTML element that you have, it behaves like an object as well. So each HTML element basically behaves like an object, and you can access its value by its properties or by its methods. Okay, so each element behaves like an object. The properties of HTML elements. Okay, so basically each element has its properties. So this text is basically property of this element. This my link is a text that appears on your link, where you see the visible link, you click on this link. This link basically is the property. So this is an object, this is a property. The method to access all HTML elements. Then we have something called a method. The methods are used to access all the HTML elements. In order to use this element or access this element, I need to have some methods which are referred through the object. So methods are basically used to access the elements. The properties are used to access the data inside those elements or the values inside those elements. Then we have called something events for all HTML elements. Every HTML elements also has an event, like on click, like mouse over, like mouse exit, like mouse click, mouse enter, and so on and so forth. So there are various different events, various different methods, various different properties, and various different objects. Using DOM model, we basically work with these three basic principles. This is something that we have already been talked about in our previous classes as well, and this is what we talk about again. Object basically contains methods which allows us to change the properties of HTML elements. Simply as that. Okay. In other words, the HTML DOM is a standard for how to get, change, add, or delete an HTML element. So in a simple words, if we redefine or again define it in a simple words, we say that what is it DOM? HTML DOM, document object model. This model basically defines a standard or a protocol or a way by which you would be able to get the data from an HTML element or change the data of an HTML element. Element means HTML tag, or add something to that HTML tag, or HTML, delete that HTML tag. Okay, so how should you do that? That's the standard you need to understand, and that standard is again defined by the DOM model. Okay, so that's what DOM does. Okay, it's just a simple model allowing us to understand what we can do and what we cannot do and how we can do it. So with an object model, JavaScript gets all the power it needs to create a dynamic HTML. Okay, so basically by using this DOM, we have an access to something called object. Okay, and with this object we get the entire power to do all these things that we just discussed. With this object we are able to use the methods and property feature and the event feature for that matter. So basically this DOM defines then object structure, that everything within your web page is an object. Then in order to work on that object, you have methods, you have properties, and then you can use them together to create whatever or change whatever and modify whatever you want to do. So what we can do with that, we say the JavaScript can change all HTML elements in a page. So remember, using this objects and methods as approach, you can change every single HTML element in a page, no matter what it is. It's a div, it's a table, it's a row, it's ordered list, unordered list, it's an anchor tags, it's a tags, it's image tags, or whatever you want to do, you can change that. JavaScript can change all the HTML attributes in a page as well. So whatever attributes you use, for example, the color, the size of the fonts, or image source, for example, anchor tag links, or height and width attributes, any attributes that you have within your HTML tag, JavaScript can change that. So you have a one page, but JavaScript, as the user performs his actions, the page is being changed based on the user actions or whatever they are doing, or however we want to drive it. JavaScript can do that, make our page dynamically change. JavaScript can change the CSS style as well. So remember, JavaScript can access your CSS and change the styles as well. So it is not only talking about HTML, the same applies on CSS. JavaScript can remove existing HTML elements and attributes as well. So if you have defined already HTML elements, JavaScript can remove them, delete them, change their content, change their attributes, change their properties. JavaScript can add new HTML elements and attributes as well. So you can embed HTML elements within your JavaScript code as well. That will be adding new elements inside it. JavaScript can react to all existing HTML events in a page as well. So all the existing events that you have in your HTML page, JavaScript can react to that and generate a dynamic response based on your actions. So for example, mouse over, mouse exit, enter, mouse click, mouse release, mouse whatever actions that are we can perform, anything, okay, can be basically controlled and reacted based on JavaScript or using JavaScript. Finally, JavaScript can create a new HTML events in a page as well. So it has the functionality of creating new events that typically HTML might not have. Okay, and we will see examples of each as we go along. For example, JavaScript has to change the elements. We have done that. We have changed the content of our paragraph tags. We have changed the attributes. For example, I think we have not changed the attributes. We will be changing attributes and styles as well, and adding and deleting existing elements and all that. So in future classes you would see that we basically are able to do lots of things with JavaScript, and all those basically are done based on the same psychology and principle that it's following the DOM model. Okay, so that's a basic typical of DOM model. So now what we can do is we write something called document. Now, as discussed in DOM, document is an object that refers to your web page. So within DOM, this is how it defines it, that in order to access this paragraph, you need to follow a hierarchy. That hierarchy is that you go inside a web page, you access its HTML. Within that HTML tag, you access its inner HTML. So we access the web page. Then we wrote document dot get element by ID. Now this get element by ID basically is a method that allows us to get an element of HTML. Okay, so this is a method, this is an object. So within this object we have a method called get element by ID. What this method does is it fetches an element within our HTML that has a particular ID. So we give it the same ID, para1. Now we have told it that find an HTML that has called ID para1. So it will go and it will find that ID para1. Now remember, within your HTML there can be many paragraph tags within your HTML there can be many tags itself, but when we use an ID, we have to be ensured that each paragraph has a unique ID. So there can be 10 paragraph tags, however each paragraph will have a different unique ID. So in this case, if I use 3, 4, 5, 6 paragraphs, each paragraph, if I use the same ID, it might create a problem for me. So what we do is we try to go and change the ID in terms of its name. Okay, so this is ID1, ID2, para ID3, para 4, para 5. So now each paragraph has a unique ID, so we can access each paragraph uniquely as well. So this is what the DOM tells us to do, that use an object, within this object use a method to access a particular HTML tag or HTML element. Then use dot property called inner, for example, HTML. Now inner HTML is basically a property. This property is a value that you can get or set. This property, through this property, okay, through this property you can get a value or set a value to an HTML tag. So this is a method, this is a property. A method is basically an action that you perform on an HTML tag. So method, using a method you can perform certain actions on HTML tag, which in this case is we are retrieving that HTML tag that has a particular ID, and there are numerous methods available. This is one method. Then we have an inner HTML. This is what we refer to as a property. A property can, what we say, add a value, delete a value, subtract a value, or change a value. Okay, so in this case we want to change the value or set a value, in other words, if you want to use the word. So we can say hello DOM, and then we give a semicolon. So what we are doing here is we are using that DOM approach to change the value of a paragraph. So this is something we have already talked about in previous classes. We have used it in previous classes. We are just reshaping it and telling it, what you have been doing is actually doing it by what we call DOM protocol or DOM standard, document object model. So this is what document object model tells us to do. Simple as that. Okay, so this is what we did as per document object model, keeping in mind this is what we refer to as a property, this is what we refer to as an object. Okay, similarly there are many properties that we can change. Similarly there are many methods that we can use with document object. Now if I press S and go into the browser, you would find hello DOM object available. Now what we have done here is we have accessed this document and we have changed its property. Okay, we have changed the paragraph that exists within this and change its element. We can even go inside the heading one and change it, for example. So I can come here, I can say document dot get element by ID. Now again, in order to access this h1, we have to use an attribute called ID equals bracket start bracket close. We have to give it some name. So for example, I can say ID head head1. So this is my ID head1. So I come here, give it a bracket inverted quotations, ID head1 is my ID. So again, using the same protocol, go into the document, find an element that has ID called ID head1. It's not concerned which element it is, it can be any element. That's why we say that using JavaScript you can change any element. It's not concerned with the element, it's concerned with the ID. So it will fetch that particular element. Then what you do with that element you have to know. For example, if it is an image, we change the SRC. If you need to change the image, so you won't not access its HTML, but you want to change the SRC. If you are changing an anchor link, so you have to find for the hrefs, for example. I will give you a few more things to do in later classes. So in this case, we go inside inner HTML and we can change the string here, and we can only say document. Oh, sorry, not here. In this case, document object model DOM only. Control S. If I come back here into my code, now I only have document object model. Okay, so previously it was JavaScript document object model, now it's only document object model. So we change the inner HTML of an heading tag. We can do that very simply, very easily. Similarly, you can also change the content of your image as well. So for example, we have an image within our HTML page. Okay, so you can even change that as well. But before going into that, let's discuss more about document itself. So if I come here and you write document, if you write document, Okay, dot, as soon as you press dot, again, because I'm using an editor, you get lots of methods. So for example, there is method that we use called get element by id. Now this is a method that we have used commonly. However, there are other methods as well by using get. So we can use, or we can get an element by its class name as well. So if you are specifying a method by a class name for CSS, you can even get that element by a class name as well. So you don't need id, but you can use a class name as well. Even you can use get element by id. What this does, by names for example, or by tag name. Okay, id is what we use id, and you can also use name tag as well. So for example, if you specify name here, equals name, and I can say para bio, right? So this is my biography para, and save it. So I can use the method called dot get and then get by name. So what this we do, it tries to get the attribute or property by the name value. Okay, so or tag name as well, or tag name in form of, for example, if you come here, ns as well. Okay, I usually don't know what ns stands for, but if I wanted to actually read the help out, sorry, if I come here, go back here, okay, returns a list of elements with a given tag name belonging to a given namespace. Okay, so basically it means that you specify not the full name but a certain names, and it will return all the elements by it. Okay, not one but multiple elements. Okay, so you can use multiple ways of getting your information. Again, primarily we have used id. I have used id more often, but you can use class name. Again, classes names are same that we specify for CSS. So if you are specifying a paragraph name with a CSS style for a CSS class, you can use that same class name here as well, or you can use it by name as well. So if you are using name as an attribute to identify a individual tag, that can also be used, no problem with that. Okay, so it's not necessarily that we always go for id tag. Similarly, there's a get selection, register element, document fragments. There's a lots of methods that we use in order within our document tag. Okay, then if we talk about the elements, for example, okay, in other words, if I have get dot get element by id, and I specify the id, for example, id voila, id head, head head 1, then I use dot. Now dot is basically when I use the second dot, now it doesn't use the methods, now it tries to fetch the elements. So for example, we have talked about inner HTML. Now this is what the inner properties refer to. This basically means inside a document there is a get method. Inside that method there is a sub method if you talk in terms of Java. So this is like a method within a method, or class within a class. So it's like document dot method then dot access the subclass method. Okay, so in this case in JavaScript, in simple terms, we are referring to it as a property. So we have an object is connected with your method is connected with your property. Property basically changes the content of your HTML tag. Okay, element basically accesses the attributes, the method basically accesses the attributes. Okay, in other words, when we use the methods, here we write methods. So after document dot method comes, method is basically accessing the methods or attributes within your tag. So as all the attributes that we write basically are able to access here. Okay, then when we write inner HTML, this is what we refer to property. Property means whatever you write between the start tag and ending tag. Okay, so it's trying to fetch those inner HTML content, the content of your actual tag. So it's trying to read that. Once you read it, once you access it, you can change it, you can modify it, you can delete it, you can whatever want to do it. Okay, so inner HTML is something we use to change the content of our HTML tag. It's a property. If we refer it to as property that changes the content of your HTML elements. Then there are other things as well. So for example, in order to change the attribute, we use something called attribute tag, attribute. Okay, I think simple attribute, right? Get attribute, has attribute, set attribute. See, these methods are there. So you can get an attribute, you can check a particular attribute, you can set a value of an attribute. You can use these methods, or you can just use a simple attribute as well. So attributes as well. So you can get the collection of all attribute nodes registered to that specific node. So point of saying again is there are multiple methods that you need to explore, and then you can need to check with it. Okay, Similarly, for example, there's method called set attribute. This set attribute would basically change the attribute value of an HTML element. So if I use a set attribute, it adds a new attribute or changes the value of an existing attribute. So in order to change something from a paragraph content, not the inner but these attribute values. So for example, you can change the name of an ID or HTML tag. You can do that by using a set attribute. Okay, or you want to change the name or attribute or the values within this particular paragraph, or for example list items or image items or anchor tags, we use these attributes. So there are numerous methods that we can play around with. Similarly, there are other elements like creating, for example, get element by ID. We have not on this thing, but if you delete this, we have something called dot create attributes as well, which will allow us to create an attribute. We can have create element as well. If I come here, there is one called element, create element. Okay, creates a specified element. Okay, we can even remove elements, we can remove childs, we can write. Usually this is something that we use commonly, WRITE, write, which is basically used to write some data on a HTML and on your web page. Okay, so there are various different methods that we have applied and we have used. Similarly, finding various different objects and other methods, basically for example, we can use, in order to access the forms, we use something called forms object or forms method. So if you are going to access your forms, you need a form method. If you are going to access your head, you need to access write the head. Okay, so the hierarchy, remember if I told you that we have a hierarchy structure. So document is your main document. Every HTML tag has its hierarchy. So every HTML tag exists there. So if you need to change the content of your head tag, this is where you need to go. You can write the body, and then you can go inside it will return the body element, and you can change the contents of your body element. You can even write forms, and then whatever forms you have created within your HTML tag, you can change that. If you have images, you can change the images as well. So images, images, image smoothing, enable border images, I think you can change that as well. So document can be used even for links as well. You can use that. So all the anchor tags, you can change that as well. Okay. Some of the examples we will be doing later on in various different tasks. So this is just a general overview what DOM allows us to do. So DOM says that use a document and then use an of methods. So each element tags or each attributes has various different methods that you can use, and you can work with that. Okay. Then once you have accessed the methods, we go inside something called elements, and we work with these elements or properties to change the content of our HTML. Remember, you can change the text like we did right now, but you can also change, for example, you can read the content as well. I hope you understand up till here. Again, any confusion in this, we will be talking in next class. In the next session, I will try to give more examples of each of the concepts that we have discussed right now. So stay tuned, and don't forget to subscribe so you receive the next videos, and we will talk about more examples and how we use all these elements and objects in next class. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, welcome to JavaScript tutorials. My name is Dr. Shan Bhatti, and in previous classes we have been talking about JavaScript and document object model for JavaScript. Let's do a few examples of document object model and see how we goes. But if you haven't watched the previous lecture, I highly recommend that go and watch JavaScript lectures 11, I think, and then come back here later on so that you understand what basically we're talking about. Let's begin. So in previous class we talked about JavaScript's document object model. Again, that model or DOM, what we refer to, is simply a model that allows us to understand how we can access the components or tags or elements within an HTML page. So it's just a simple model, simple process, okay, which elaborates few accessibility principles more appropriately. So let's discuss some of the concepts here. Now we talked about document get element by ID, and we specified para ID ID of a particular tag, and then using inner HTML. Now this being properties, this being method, this being object. Similarly, this being the value that we set inside this inner HTML. You can use this in a different manner as well. So for example, I can also let me just do it here. I can write variable my data is equals to, and I can say document dot get element by ID and semicolon, and I can come here and I can say ID para 1. okay, para1 and semicolon. Now what I've done here is that instead of writing this completely, I just write this in a different order. So we can do that. Again, this is another example of using or accessing the data. So what we said, go inside a document, fetch me an element that is or fetch me a tag, in other words, that has this ID. Now what this my data would contain, it would contain a tag that would be basically holding your HTML. Okay, so this is my HTML paragraph tag, and now this tag would be inside my data, and now I can do whatever I want. So for example, I can say document.write, and then within this I can say hello, okay, brackets, I can say document.write, and then we come here in brackets my element, and then plus I can write my data, Control S. So if I come into my HTML, you would see that object HTML paragraph element. So you can even print that element component here. So once you read this my get element by ID, you would see that this is what it is returning. It's returning object HTML paragraph element. Okay, so basically your paragraph element is returned as an object. So once you have this object, again when you use dot inner HTML, so I can come back here. In other words, let's do it on a new line. My data dot, now I use dot, and you can see I can access its inner HTML. Okay, this message pops up. Why? Because now this my data is an object which contains your paragraph tag. Okay, we saw it here, HTML paragraph. It's an object which is your HTML paragraph element. So what we did initially was, we go into document, we went into the document, we fetched an element called paragraph, and we stored it inside another variable, and then we printed that variable. Once you print that particular variable, you would see this is what we get, and same thing goes for every single tag. So if you use it for inner head, you will get the same thing. So what it actually means, document is an object, it reads a method, whatever is the outcome of this method is actually an object itself. That is why once you use another dot, basically in terms of Java, you are actually using the method. Remember we said object of a method of a method. So this is what you do. So once you use another dot, basically that dot is connected with another object and behaves like a method which reads your data, if you understand, if you're coming from Java. Otherwise, basically it's just like a hierarchical connection we are doing. So we have connected with our paragraph. Once we have paragraph, I can go inside this paragraph, inner HTML, and I can change the content. Okay, and I say hello to new object. Let me see if we can run this. Hit a semicolon. Let's hit semicolon here. Sorry, Control Z, Control S. We come here and there is no output here. Why not? Document.write, Control S, my element plus semicolon, semicolon, everything seems okay, plus my object. Okay, Control S, and now we have hello to new object. Okay, so what we did now is that we said, okay, now in order to print the data on this screen, we said document.write my data inner HTML, and inside this HTML write hello world object. Okay, so basically we try to access the inner HTML components. Similarly, we can do another example as well. We can get an HTML by its tag name as well. Okay, so now in another example, let's use JavaScript and to change the basic content of your image. Okay, so for example, we have some image placed on our web page. Let's change that based on certain event using JavaScript. Okay, same principle that we have adopted previously. So if I have this same page, simple page available, and if you get the output, if I come here, sorry, where's the output gone? Here it is. Okay, so we have, if I refresh it, I think, in fact, let me just Control S, save it, come back here, same page available. Okay, so all output gone, everything is gone. Now what I want basically to do is, I was planning for a simple game called hangman. So we've searched a particular image for a hangman, and now we want to that every time user makes a wrong guess, the image is automatically basically being changed. So there's a single placeholder for an image, but the image icon is being changed continuously. Okay, so I downloaded this image and I then cropped this image into all these 7 different parts. Now we want to change this image every time the user makes a wrong guess. Okay, and once he makes a right guess, basically he wins the game, and we can have another image for that as well. Okay, so what we can do is I come back here and I think there's no winning image for a hangman. I was trying to search for that as well. Hangman game win, right? So let's just see if there's a win image for that. There is no win image for hangman game, right? So let's just say game win face, and no, it's not game win face. What's that? Is this some kind of a test? Happy face. Okay, so we get a happy face. So if you win, you get a happy face. For example, there we go. So right click, save image as, and let me just save the same thing in JavaScript, the folder we have been working on. I created a folder called image and at happyface.jpg. remember the names and extension, we will be working with that. So basically idea is that let's just create this web page very quickly. I will not go into the game details, that's another project, but let's just use a simple thing. So we have come here and we just say in fact h2. okay, let's play hangman game, control S, and then I can obviously set the background and styles and everything for that, but let's not do that. And we have, for example, question, QUS question, GOES goes here, but we don't want to go question for that. Now we create something called form. Now form is where basically user would give his input. In JavaScript or even in HTML, the basic mechanism of giving input is using through forms. Okay, forms basically allow us to control the components and the segments and the data that's being entered. Okay, and then once we have a form, it's essential that once you go to server-side programming, then you will be more easy to handle a form. Okay, so if specifically when we study PHP, we will be creating more forms, and because all the data that user provides in a form is basically then read and sent as a single data, is a single bunch. Okay, so it's more easy and convenient way to use a form, which basically in other words means that you can have multiple input fields within a form. All the data once is sent as a single group and single data values, which is then read very easily by the system. So we use input and then we specify type, and this can be simple text. Okay, the name can be, for example, what did I do? Boom. Okay, just come back here. The name can be txt text ans answer, I guess, and then we close it. Again, there's one thing that we can give is called placeholder. Placeholder is basically a dummy text that appears on your input field, so like a hint, so that people know what we are supposed to enter. Okay, so a placeholder is basically something here, and we can say WRIT, right name of the right answer here. Okay, ANSEWER, ANSWER answer here. Okay, and then I guess our question goes here, answer goes here, and this is a simple form. ANSWER answer is, and then you can write whatever you want within this thing, and then I can have BR tag. BR usually we write here so that we can have a new line input, again another type, and then I can say button. So let me just give a button here, let it be a name. I think we don't even need a name, we just need an on click event on this thing. So whenever you click it, what should happen? Okay, value can be click ANSWER answer. Okay, so every time we click on the answer, what should happen? So if we come here, answer is, we write an answer here, we click on answer button, and it should read it. If you don't want the button to appear on the next line, just don't use this button here, and now it appears in front of it. Depends on how you want to do that. Anyway, so very quickly, this is a simple form that we created. Now we need a JavaScript for it. So we come inside the script tag. Because we are going to call an event using on click, it's always recommended that you create a function. Okay, function hangman check Okay, so that's my function name, and usually it's always again a standard to start your function with a small letter, not a compulsory, just a standard that basically this is what we're supposed to do. Now technically this is going to have an input, but I'm not going to take an input from as an argument, but what I will do is I can say answer is equals to, and I go inside document. Now let's use document object model again. In order to use document object model, basically it means that you follow the hierarchy to access the components. So what we do, we use document dot, instead of in a like get element ID, we can use something called forms. Now forms is something we have discussed previously in one of the previous lectures as well. Forms is basically an object, a method, sorry, that refers to your HTML forms. So in order to read the forms, basically this is what we do. We read the forms method. Okay. So in order to read this form, again we need to name it. So I come inside my form. What's happening? Not here. I come inside my form and I give it a name. Okay. FRM form hangman. Okay, I guess that's the convenient name. Always remember to name your variables and names and IDs properly, what it based on the purpose. Okay, so that somebody else who is working on the same project can understand what you are talking about or which fields you're talking about. So now following the DOM model, following the hierarchy, what we do is we go inside a document, we access a method called forms. This is a method that now uses an array like behavior that will allow us to fetch the data. This array like behavior means that which form you want to read. Again, within your HTML there can be multiple forms. This is one form, I can have a second form, I can have a third form. In order to read that form, basically we give it a name, and that name is given like an array form. So within array we specified that give me FRM hangman. Okay, so it will go and fetch this hangman form. Then within this hangman form we give another array, because this hangman form contains input elements. Okay, so this is an input, this is an input. So which element of that hangman form you want to access? So in this case we say that kindly access text ans answer. Okay, so go inside your document, there is an object called forms, so read the forms, but there can be many. So which form do you want me to read? Read a form that has a name called form hangman. So read this particular form only, ignore every other else. Within this form there is another field called, or another element called text answer. So this is behaving like a two-dimensional array or multi-dimensional array, in other words. Form and field within a form that is inside a document. Okay, then inside this basically we say for example dot value, because this is a text field, so it will have something called a value, which will now basically means that read the value of a text field which is inside a hangman form, which is a form tag inside a document. Okay, so again a hierarchy we are following. Read a value of a text field which belongs to a form hangman, which is a form inside a document. Alright, so following a hierarchy, and then save it inside a value. So whatever value we give would be saved inside this variable, and now we can process this variable, do whatever evaluation we want to do that on here. Like I said, I won't be working majorly on the hangman game right now. My major concern is to check the condition and see if it's a true or false, and then let's just go inside the condition, change the image. So again, I'm not going into major conditions. What I can do for now is I just want to change the image. Okay, so let's just, I guess, use it here. So if answer is equals to, for example, let's just say 5. If answer is 5, what we can do then, and else what we can do then. Okay, so if answer is 5, what do we want to do? We want to change the image, we want to appear some image here. So if the answer is wrong, for example, we what should happen? Okay, or in other words, let me use this. If answer is not equal to 5, then what should happen? So we say go inside document document dot, and this time we want to use again same thing, element by ID. Okay, and we want to access the image, but we have not put the image right now. So we can here, and I can say brackets img src is equals to images, and within images let's have a happy face, or let's have a one image. Okay, and then let me give it an ID, because we're going to use this to refer to this thing. This is img id, and let me close it. Control S. So if I go into my HTML, this is what we get. So this is my initial hangman result. I can have some text here if I want. I can write a paragraph and hangman result, result, Control S. So we have an hangman result and we get here. Okay, so now if the answer is not equal to 5, we want to change this hangman image to whatever we want. Obviously, like I said, there's going to be a counter and everything, so I'm not going to apply that. So IMD ID, I give it ID. So there we go. And then because we want to change the image, in previous examples we used inner HTML. Okay, but this time we are not going to access the inner HTML because we are not going to change the value of a HTML because there is no value for an image, but we are going to change the attribute of an image. So we just simply need src, change the image source, and the source can be, for example, images images. Go inside this images folder, okay, and you can have hangman2.png. so what now we basically said that go inside a document, find me an element that has this ID, find me this element, and we know this is src or image, so dot src, instead of inner HTML we provide another property, this time src. What this will do, that it will change the image. So we are changing the source here, what to another image. Let's see if it works. Control S, we come back here, we give it 3, and it's not working. Okay, yeah, it should work. It's not working. Why not working? Why not working? Semicolon, is that the problem? No. If answer is not equal to 5, okay, it's not working, right? That's because we have created a function, and the function will not be work until we call it on click. Remember, this thing has driven me crazy previously. Everything is okay, but we have not called the function. So here we write hangman check and function. Okay, so on an input type button, on click, hangman function. So when we click the button to check the answer, this will call this function. Now it will read the value of your text field and change and do condition whatever we want to do. So in this case we write 3, we click OK, see this image is different. Okay, for example, if we give it let's see if we give it 5. So if we give it 5, nothing happens, right? So what we now do is we say go back again into document dot get element by ID, ID being IMD ID, let's write it in inverted quotations, and okay, so fetch me this ID, change its src file to what equals bracket start to something called images images. If you go inside it, there is a file called happyface.jpg. Save. And so now if I come here, if I press 5, we get a happy face. Okay, so this is what we do. If I press 23, we get different image. If I give 2, we get different image. Okay, same hangman image. Now obviously it's supposed to change based on a counter, so every time we make a wrong answer, it should change. So we can have a variable that changes itself. We can keep a count of it, and this, as I said, there's different things. So every time we guess wrong, our life becomes minus, and then it changes its basic. We check a condition and we can prove it. So as I said, the game is not my major purpose, but you can change an image on it. So whatever your value is, you click on this answer. If it is, for example, 5, I click here, we get a good thing. But if any other number, we get this value here. Okay, so if I come back here, press S, and you can see if I hit a refresh, we get back to default value. Okay, so you can change even the image based on this src tag. So you can src attribute. Okay, you can even do that as well. Now in next session we will try to change the CSS styles, okay, using JavaScript. Okay, so continuing from the previous topic, let's just very quickly come back to where's my code. We come back here. Let's just change, as I said, we discussed about src content. Let's just change CSS. So I come inside my script tag, and it's just a very simple concept. So let's just use that again. So for example, we have already created our heading tag, okay, h1, and we had discussed that I can have an ID h1 here. So let's just use that and change the CSS, because I've already specified some of the CSS for this particular HTML anyway. Let's use that. So I come here and within my script tag and I specify what we call document dot get element by ID. Sorry. Okay. Now we want to fetch this heading, so ID heading 1. So I will just use the same ID HEAD head 1. This is my ID. Now what we want to do, because we have CSS here and we want to change this CSS, all you need to do is you need to come here and write a property called style. Okay, style. Because CSS is a style, even when we write HTML, we give an attribute called style. So basically we are changing the attribute, not the CSS itself. Okay, so we are accessing this style. So we access it by simply typing the style attribute. But because this style now contains an array of various different property values based on CSS rules, so what we do is we use another dot here, and this time we change the attribute of it. So for example, color, and then that color is equals to can be for example BLUE, blue. What's happening? COLOR equals inverted quotations, and I write blue here, semicolon. Now what we did, in order to change the CSS, we used multiple dot attributes, again using the same DOM hierarchy approach. Remember the hierarchy. Hierarchy means go inside an HTML, find a tag that is referred as ID head 1. Once you access that tag, there is a property called style or attribute called style. Access that attribute style. Once you access this attribute style, within this style there is another attribute called color. Change that, access that color in other words. Then equals value. So we are basically setting a value of this color, which is a style belonging to an attribute or a tag inside a document. So again, a hierarchical steps, no matter how you want to understand it. So again, document, read an HTML element, change its style. Inside the style we have color, and the color can be blue, for example. So once I save, I come back here into my HTML, you see the text is blue. We can even put it also inside a button. So for example, I can have this inside a function, function function, and function can be change HEADR header, bracket start, bracket close, inverted quotations, and then end. Let me just come here, Control S. Okay, and then inside in fact, let's just create another button here. So if I create a paragraph, and let me create another BR tag here. So let's just get rid of it with it, and then I can create a button on click of this particular button, call this function, and the change header function is used. So change HEADR header, this function is called, and the value can be, for example, change header. That's it. And if I go back into my HTML, where's my change header? Oh, okay, sorry. change HEADR header. Control S. So if I come here, change header, once I click on it, it becomes blue. Okay, perfect. So what's happened now is we created a button, we gave it an on click event, value is change header, and then we give its text here, the content inside the button, close the button. So once we click on this button, it will call this on change event, change header. Inside the change header, we change the CSS style. We can change any style for any document. So for example, document dot get element by ID, and element can be, for example, my paragraph. If I have a paragraph here, ID para 1, so I can come here and I can say inverted quotations ID para 1 dot style dot color is equals to red semicolon. Again, it's inside the button, so if I change it, it goes into red. Now this paragraph doesn't have any style tag associated with it. at the moment. So if I come into this paragraph, I have not specified any style. So it's not necessary that you need to specify style to change it later on. If it's no style available, still doesn't matter. What we are doing here is we are setting the property now. So if there is no value set, it will still set the value. So it won't go and check the value. So style property, we can even change anything else we want. So for example, again we can do go inside a document dot get an element that starts with, for example, your id para 1. Inside it, change the style dot, for example, background color. Okay, and that background color can be, for example, hash or gray, gray. Control S. So if I come here, it becomes normal. As soon as I change it, background becomes light gray. So even using JavaScript, you can change any of the CSS by simply going and using the style dot color based on DOM, based on the simple hierarchical structure. That document, inside each document there is a method. Based on this method, we access the properties. Each method may return an object, and then again that object has method. So that object method may return another object which may have another method, and then we set a value. Okay, which basically is what we done here. In a simple term to understand, just follow the hierarchy. Okay, the hierarchy is that we need to change the color attribute or color style of our HTML tag, okay, which is inside our document. Or we can say that we have a document. Inside this document we have an HTML tag. For that HTML tag we need to change the style. And which style? It can be color, it can be background color, it can be text, it can be font, it can be anything that you want to do. And you just change it. You just specify that particular style name, and that is equals to value. You can change it. Okay, so hopefully it explains certain things, and there are many other features that we can do with the DOM and very other objects. We will be talking about them in next lectures anyway. So if you have understood up till now, thank you very much. Leave your comments down below so that I know that you have understood. Even you have not understood, let your feedback and let me know what you haven't understood, and I will try to explain it in a better way. Thank you very much. This is Dr. Shanbadi signing off. Hello, Assalamu alaikum. In previous class we have been talking about JavaScript DOM, document object model, and how we use this to create and access and change HTML contents. In today's class basically we will be now talking about JavaScript arrays. What are arrays? Arrays are basically a collection of data types, a collection where multiple data of same type resides and can be accessed through a single variable. My name is Dr. Shanbadi. If you're here for the first time, don't forget to subscribe my channel and hit that bell icon so you receive more tutorials regularly. Let's begin. Now, arrays is something that's not a new concept. It's very old, and it exists in almost every single language. So if you are coming from JavaScript, Java or C++ or any other language for that matter, you might already have used arrays and access it or know about it. However, in JavaScript, basically again we define arrays in the same thing. Arrays is known as a collection of similar data types. By that we meaning that it contains multiple data of same type, which is accessed through a single variable. Okay, it's like a box that holds lots of data. It's like a crate of eggs that contains lots of eggs within a single crate, and you can transfer them using the same single object. So this is what arrays does. Typically when we work with JavaScript, what we do is we have something called, for example, if I come here to script tag, we create a single variable. So right, variable x is equals to 10. What this does is it contains a single value. So even if you create, for example, name, and you specify as name, this is basically what we refer to as a single variable. Okay, this name or x contains a single value, which is either Zeeshan if you are using name, or x is equal to 10. Okay, this is a typical every single data type that we use. However, when we create arrays, basically within JavaScript, we say we have a variable. We, for example, say ARRNAME name, array name, which can be any variable name, is equals to, instead of giving it a direct value, we use something called square brackets. Now, square brackets in almost every single language define arrays. Alright, this means that you are trying to create a collection of data type, okay, and that data type has to be of same type. In other words, if it's a string, all elements within that array should be string. If it's an integer, all elements within the data should be integer. If it's a string, it's a character, all elements should be character. So this is 10 is a number form or integer form. Okay, this is a string, so a string form. So in an array, again the creation is very simple, very same process we apply. We use a variable as a variable name and specify its name equals to, but instead of just giving value, we give it a square brackets. Within the square brackets, we give its value. For example, I say the first name, comma, then ACADEM Academy, comma, then another string, for example, YouTube. Okay, and for example, what we can say is online, whatever. So now I have an array called array name. This is an array because we have used a square brackets and which holds multiple values. Okay, so this automatically is now handled by JavaScript as an array. This is what we define array is. Array is a type of is a collection which contains multiple data of same type. So it contains multiple data of same type. So this is what a collection basically, or this is what a collection basically means. Okay. So this each data now within an array is referred to as an element. So this is an element. The only key thing is that because this is an array, each element there can be many arrays, but each element starts from a 0 index. Okay, so in each array the element starts from a 0 index. So this will be at a 0 index, the second will be at 1 index, this will be at second index. Indexes are basically numbers. Okay, like a serial number. So you can have as many element as you want. You can have as different type of elements. For example, if you're creating integer, it will have lots of different integer numbers. However, each element is kept a track record based on its indexes. Okay, so index is like your page numbers in your book. Okay, so it doesn't matter what the text is, each page number is a particular sequence. It starts from page 1 and goes on, so on and so forth. So this is what index number refers to. So each item in an array starts from a 0 index, then it goes to 1 index, 2 index, 3 index. You can create arrays of various types. For example, in this case, number numbers equals to bracket star bracket close, and it's not necessary that you specify it on the same line. You can specify it on multiple lines as well. So this can be, for example, 100, this can be 200, and if I go back, sorry, this can be, for example, 300, and so on and so forth. Okay, so each if this is the last, you don't give a comma. Okay, so you can declare array on a multiple line as well, and you can use it as you like. Okay, you can use a new keyword as well. So if I come here, variable, for example, array obj is equals to new, and then we create an array and we specify it with a brackets. Okay, this is another way of creating arrays. So in this case, again, I can specify whatever data I like. So but keeping in mind that there has to be same data. So for example, if I do this, okay, and then I do this, for example. So now what we have done here is that we have specified a string, integer, and character. This is where JavaScript will start creating problems. Same rule applies for any type of array you're creating. This means it's a different data type. Remember, array we define it's a collection of same data type. So wherever we need lots of data of same type, that's where we use arrays. Okay, if you change the type, now it's no longer array. So we change it. Okay, and even if you need to use 34, you use it as a string. So now this will behave like a 34 number, not as an integer. And even if you need to use W only, you put it in inverted quotation. So this will also behave like a string. This will also behave like a string. This is also behave like a string. Then we use the new keyword here. The new keyword here basically refers to creating a new array object. Okay, so this array will now basically behave like an object, and it would behave like the data within each of its components are also like an object elements. Okay, however, in a general terms, this is exactly same as creating this thing. Okay, for the simplicity's sake, you would find this type of array being used more commonly, but within JavaScript you can also do that. You can create an array objects as well. Okay, then how do we use the arrays? Okay, this is like creation, but then in order to access each of the elements, remember I told you that this is a 0 index, this is 1 index, this is 2 index. Now in order to use it, we can use, for example, document.write, and then we can specify within this document.write, I can say, for example, h2, and then I need to print this data, so I will simply say plus, I can go array name brackets, again, because in order to create we use square brackets. This is creation. In order to call or print the values of an array, or in other words using the array, we again need these square brackets. However, remember, array contains multiple data, so we need to understand that it's a collection, it has many data. Now in order to use or print each individual data, what do we need to do? We need to use something called array indexes. So array indexes are used to identify each element inside an array. An array index always start from 0, 1, 2, 3, always start from 0, 1, 2, always starts from 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 0, 1, 2, 3, each index, array index is basically a number starting from 0. So if I print 0 here, this basically means that go inside array name, print the item at the 0 index. Okay, so within the square brackets, I don't know which element it is, I just want to print it, so we use this Control S, and if I go into here, it prints the name here. Okay, so this is what it basically does. So if let me just move this and put it here, let's just bring it like this. Okay, hopefully you can read it better now. I think that's the minimum we can do with this thing. So this is basically what do. So in order to now print something else, for example, if I need to print another item, I print 0, 1, and now it prints something different. So you can even do this multiple times. So Control C, Control V, Control V. So in order to print each item, we just change the index number. So first print 0, then print 1, then print 2, Control S, and you would see that it had printed all three numbers within that particular array. So 0, 1, 2 is what we get, and then if I print it one more time with 3, it will go and print 3. Okay, same for any array that for that matter. So any array element that you want to print, you use these things. But sometimes if it contains 100 item, array can have 100 items inside it. In order to use or print that 100 item, we use loops. Okay, so for example, we discussed for loops in one of the previous classes. We can use for integer, for example, variable x is equals to 0. This now basically means, again, I have already declared x, so it might just create a problem that x already is declared. So let me use index, I for index. So we said start from a 0 index. Remember, array index always starts from a 0, so we specified that. We said go inside I less than, for example, array name dot length. Length. Okay, this is a built-in function that exists within each of the array, will give us the length of the array, meaning the total number of elements inside this array. So in this case, it will give us 4. Okay, 4 basically means that it contains 1, 2, 3, 4. It contains 4 elements, not the index number, the number of actual quantity, in other words. So actual quantity means 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 items here. If I add one more here, basically let me add a couple of more here. So now it means that I have 6 items in this array. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But if you check the index always start from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the last index will be 5, but the total number of elements would be 6. The last index would be 3, but the total elements would be 4. Okay, so do remember that. So here we say array.length, go inside it, and then again semicolon, then an I plus plus, and then we can have this inverted quotation marks, and I can again use the document.writeLn method. Okay, what this should do now is that it should use document.writeLn, and instead of h2, again I go into same, I use the array name, but instead of 1 I just use I. Okay, what this will basically mean now that it will traverse each element and print the items for this element. So the first time loop will execute, it will be 0, so it will automatically fetch item at a 0 index. The next time the loop will execute, because of the increment, now it will be 1 and it will fetch the item at 1 index. Then when I say, for example, 2, it will fetch the item at 2 index, then 3 index, then at 4 the condition becomes false, the loop will execute. So if you save it, you can already see the output at display. Same, for example, I can change this, for example, instead of this, let me create numbe numbers, and same thing here. So let's just print numbers this time, numbe numbers, Control S, and you can see this, it's printing 6 times. So if it's 4 elements, it will go for 4 elements. If it is 6 elements, it will go for 6 elements if you use this loop. Okay, same as simple process with that. Then there is another method of reading each array element called using for off loop. There is a for in loop as well as for off loop. For in loop usually we use for objects. Okay, we use for objects and its elements and its properties. Arrays, if you want to traverse it, it's always recommended that we use something called for off loop. How we use it? We have something called for, we bracket start, bracket close, and then we can declare a variable called, for example, variable or let's just use for example loop variable. All right, so we have a loop variable, so we go inside for and we say a loop, okay, and then of and then the array name, in this case number number. Okay, now what happens here is that if you come here, it basically means that take this variable loop, assign it the next value of number, and then we use this document dot write and bracket start bracket close. Okay, so we then use document dot write, for example, or any other process that you want to do with these elements. Now what here happens is basically sorry, I'm just mistaking. Okay, so what happens here is basically that it says that this is just a temporary variable we created. We told loop that instead of writing this entire technical aspect of it, we just told it that look, what you need to do is you need to go inside this number, take the first value, assign it to the loop. It does it automatically. You don't have to worry about anything of the index, the initialization, the increment. This is a special type of loop that would automatically traverse the elements of an array. Okay, what it does, it says go inside an array, take the first element and assign it to the loop, and then inside the loop body we can say yo bro h2. Okay, let me give it a style, style style is equals to single quotations, and then I can say color colon, for example blue, and then I think I can just simply close it, and then in order to print the value I will just simply use the loop. That's it. Control S. What happens now is that it will go inside this particular number array. Okay, it will say that take the first element, assign it to the loop will go inside it, print that value. The next time loop executes, it will say does this number have the another element. It will automatically evaluate the condition. If it has an attempt, it will take it and assign it to the loop. The loop goes inside the loop body, prints the value. The third time loop goes, again it says the number, does it have another element or not? Is it empty or is there data there? Say it has data, so it will take the data, print it, assign it to the loop, and the loop will be printed. The fourth time, if it has an element, it will again assign it to loop. So what it does is it automatically assigns the value to the loop, every element. Once the loop item exhausts itself, means there is no more item, the loop executes. Loop exists. Okay, so this is another very simple mechanism of printing an item. If I come back here and now I check that there is no output here. Why is there no output here? Okay, sorry. Numbers. Okay, there's some misspell. So as soon as I correct that spelling, Control S, and you can see this, that this blue text has been printed. Okay, so what again numbers does, or for off loop does, is that for off loop basically it traverses certain elements of your array. Okay, and it can easily print the element without any fuss and without any evaluation, without any checking or anything. So you can very easily use a for off loop to traverse your elements and process it. So as soon as the number of elements increases within this, it will automatically be increased, so you don't have to change the loop at all. So if it has 800 and then I press S, you can see this, it has already outputted to 800. I don't need to change that. This can be done with anything. So for example, even in this case, if I use it to print the array name, so if I come here, I say ARRNAME name. Okay, here we go, Control S, so it prints all this data. So as soon as it's saved, data is printed. Okay, so this is a simple form of arrays that we use within our JavaScript that allows us to print the data, and we can use it for various different purposes. Okay, hopefully the concept of arrays is clear. Thank you very much for watching. See you around. Hello. In previous class we talked about Java string arrays. Now basically we're going to talk about something called Java strings. Strings is quite essential and important because it plays a vital role when we try to validate the data that is being entered by the user. As we know that once we create a dynamic websites, we require user to enter some form of data, interact with the websites, and that usually data is in text form, and we need to validate whether the data is correct or not. For example, the passwords are correct, the number of characters in a password, the email address, the format of email address, the name, whether the field has been left blank or not, and so on and so forth. For that, we perform various different operations on string, and in this class we would learn what is string and what are various different methods of strings that allows us to validate the data. This is Dr. Zeeshan Bhatti. If you're here for the first time, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit that bell icon right next to it so you receive the lectures regularly and you keep update on the new videos. Let's begin. Now, a string, we define it as a collection of character array. A string simply consists of defining a variable that contains multiple characters in an array form internally. Okay, so for example, if we come here and if I create a script tag, and let me just close that. If inside the script tag we declare a variable, for example name, and within this we have my name inside. All right, now typically this is what a string looks like. Every string has to be incorporated within the double inverted quotation marks. So we always write in string inside the quotation marks. The quotations don't appear in the output. It's the content inside the quotation marks that count. The string itself is known as a collection of character array. It's an array but with only a specific type called character. So each character here is basically an array element. Each character here is considered as a character element. Each character, again, because it's an array, always starts from a 0 index. So it starts 0 index, 1 index, 2 index, 3 index, 4 index. So this is a typical version of string that we create. So anything that comes inside a double quotation marks is considered a string. Similarly, you can also create a string with, for example, name OB is equal to new string, and then you can specify the arguments within it as well. This becomes the string object. Just like an array, you can create the same thing here as well. So you create a variable, we give it a variable name, and we use the new keyword. New basically will ensure that this is a proper object within the JavaScript. However, the functionality is exactly same. Either you create this manner or this manner. So you can use both the methods as you like. Okay, so this is simply as a string it goes. The major advantage comes when we start to use some of the methods. So if I come here, let me correct that. So if you come here, the major advantage comes when we start to work with various different methods of string. There are numerous different methods that we can use with string. So if you're coming from Java, you know that these are almost the same methods that we have available in Java as well. And the behavior and the output of those methods again is almost same. Okay, for example, the method character at is a method again present in Java as well, also used in JavaScript. This method basically allows us to tell that what a particular character is at a given index. So whatever index number we give in its argument, each character is returned from that point. Similarly, character code add concatenation index of, this will give the index number of a method, and last index of, and so on and so forth. Okay, these are various different methods that we tend to use to validate the data or change the data or a string data. Okay, let's use some of them so that we can get an idea of how basically we are going to do that. Okay, so let's use these methods. So first thing we do is we write document dot, okay, sorry, not inside this, we should make sure we go inside the script tag and we write document dot writ, right, and bracket start bracket close. In order to print this string, we write the variable name, Control S, and if I go inside the output, my string appears basically on the browser. Okay, this is using a simple string. Again, remember, we can use the string keyword or the string form within the document dot write as well, and we have been using it for previous examples as well. For example, the name of instructor is, and then we write. So whatever we write inside the double quotations is always considered as a string. And then in order to join a string, we use a plus operator. Now here the plus behaves like a concatenation operator. Typically plus has been known as a, what we refer to in terms of arithmetics, a plus operator. It pluses two numbers. However, when we use a string, this plus now behaves like a concatenation operator. It concatenates this string with this string. So whatever is in the name, it's also a string, and this, because inverted quotations have been used, also becomes a string. So now they both are basically combined together to produce a one single string output. So name of the instructor is, okay. Always remember, you can write HTML tags within JavaScript as well. So I can give \b as a bold, and you would see that now it's basically bold. If I come here, \b was now it is okay. So now it becomes bold. So you can write a string HTML tags within the string. What happens is that this string is first thrown to the browser. Browser reads this object and then it processes the HTML. Once it reads the string, it finds HTML tag and then it processes HTML tag like it has been written in a normal HTML. So you print the HTML as well, but not the tags, the output of the HTML. Okay, so this is one way of getting an output on a browser. Now, as I said, typically what we do is we try to use methods. So for example, if I delete all this, and if I, in fact, let me delete this. For example, if I create a form, okay, let me write a tag form and then I give it a name called user data. Okay, and let's just give it and put it inside inverted quotations. Here we go. Okay, and then we close the form. Within this form we need to write some information. So for example, your name, NAME name, and then I can write input, and then the type can be, for example, text, and then the name of this text field can again be, for example, txt NAME name. Okay, and I close this. Then I include something called BR, so the text appears on the next line, and I can say, for example, password, or maybe email address. Let's just use email right now. So I write email, and then again I write an input field and I type type. Let this be text. Okay, but now we have something called email as well, which basically would ensure that your text field is directly email. But for example, we just give it a text right now, and we will try to process this email address according to our own preferences. Okay, so we write name here, and this can be what we say txt text email, so that we understand what we are doing. Okay, now this is the naming convention that we tend to follow. For an input type text, I write txt. If it's a button, we write button, so that you understand. It's not a rule, it's just something that you understand and what you're trying to do. So in order to access the text field called name, I know that I have written something called txt for text field, and the name would be name itself. Similarly, txt email, and then again I would write br here, this time password, password, and this can again be input, and this type we write type, and then again we write a password field as well, so that ensure it's not blank, and when we write the name of it, NAME name is equals to double quotations, again I write txt pass, I think should do the trick, we close it. Okay, then finally again one more time br, again br for break line, and then we write input, and this time I want the type to be, for example, button, button, button. Name of that button can be btn. Okay, and then we will write an on click event on this button that would drive this action. Okay, so we can say on click, do certain actions on this button. So this is a form. If I press S, typically this is what we get. Okay, obviously don't worry about the alignment and everything we will talk about, and we worry these things later on. Let me give it a value. Okay, I guess click, so we have an OK option available. Now let's come to the script tag, and I close it script tag here. Within this script tag we usually write functions whenever we want to control a form, or we want to check a form, because we want to an event to trigger. Okay, so because we want an event to trigger, we need to ensure that when an event triggers, certain piece of code gets executed, and that way it's always recommended to use the functions. It's much more easy to control. So for example, I use a function called check form. Okay, and now in this check form, what we can do, we can process the data that's been entered inside an HTML form. In order to retrieve the HTML form data, we can say, for example, a variable name. Okay, let me just maximize this so you can read the content better. So variable name is equals to, we say go inside the document dot, there is something called forms. For the first array of, we will use the name user data. Now we have been talked about this previously as well. So we say user data. So this is the first array, means go inside the document, there are forms there. So there is a form there. Inside the form there is, or which form, basically we use a user data, because again there can be more than one form. So we say inside the document there are forms. Which form? User data form. So access the user data form. Inside this user data form there is field. Which field? For example, now double quotations, we know we have been writing the names properly. So text name dot value, Okay, this is what we need to do. So now what it will do, it will fetch the value of a text field called name, which belongs to a user data form inside your document. I hope you understand the hierarchy that we discussed in DOM model. Now once I have the variable name, I can do various different types of actions on that particular data. So let's just do one thing. For example, what we would like to do, let's just explore a few of the methods that we have available within our string class. Okay. For example, let's just do one thing. Okay. Doc document dot write, and then we use a method called character at. Okay. This name dot char character at. That's the first method that was in our list as well. Okay, character at is a basic method that fetches the character at a given index. So for example, if I give it a 0, now 0, again we know it within a string, 0 basically represents the first index. So whatever name we enter here in my text field, the first character of that name will be fetched. So what I do is I press S, I go back into my code and I write the name, for example, myself. Okay, as soon as I press OK, so we press OK and nothing happens. Why not? Okay. That's one main thing. If you need to check the errors within JavaScript, again always remember, press Ctrl+Shift+I in Google Chrome. I'm using Google Chrome for that matter. Within Google Chrome, we come inside something called console. When you press Ctrl+Shift+I, so as soon as you press Ctrl+Shift+I, the developer modes comes in. Inside the console, probably a list of errors might appear, which tell you that what's the problem, or which might tell you what's the problem. In our case, there is no error. So if I press Ctrl+Shift+I again, let's hide it. This code is not working. What's the mistake we did? Sorry, silly mistake. Remember, on click means whenever we click a button, it's supposed to perform a function. It's supposed to perform certain event, certain action seems to be is required to be done. Okay, so which in our case we have to tell it that, bro, kindly go and check my form. Control S. Okay. So now it basically means that once we click on this button, it will go and execute this on check form function. Once it checks this function, then it will go read the data from the text field and fetches the first index of that particular text field. So now if I come back here and write myself here and come back into OK button, again it performs nothing. Have I saved it? Thank you. It's not performing. Ctrl+Shift+I. Now you see there's an error here. It says that uncaught type error, cannot read property text name. Cannot read property called txt name. Okay, unidentified checksum input, blah 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 blah. Basically, it says that it's not able to find this property inside the user data. So inside the user data, we have fetched this name, something called text name, right? So if you see this is text name. The name is correct if I'm okay. So inside the user, okay, again, sorry, my mistake, humbly. The U is capital here, the U is small here. Control S, I go back here and let me just Ctrl+Shift+I it again and hit Zeeshan. This time, thank God, it presented to us the name, the first character at Z index. Okay, in this case, the output was generated on a new page because we have fetched the data from a form, and sometimes it does that in a weird way. So in order to generate the output at the same page, let's just use the paragraph tag. Within the paragraph tag, I can say style, let the color be, for example, red, semicolon, let the font size be, for example, 30. Similarly, let there be a let there be a border, BORDER border. This border can be, for example, of 5 pixels, SOLID solid and gray. Let's just see if it works. Because now we have this paragraph, or we could have used a div as well for that matter. Anyway, so we have created an empty paragraph, and then within this empty paragraph we need to specify an ID. ID is equals to bracket start bracket close, and this time ID para1. Usually I like to name it in this way so I understand which para we are talking about. Control S. So now in order to print the data on a paragraph, instead of using document.write, let me just comment this. I can write that go inside this particular paragraph and change the data. So I write document dot get element by id, and if id is basically id para1. So fetch this paragraph 1 id dot inner html and then change the value. So the change value can be name. Name is again this thing, okay, the variable name that we've used here. So we said go inside this string name dot, we fetch the character at index, and this time I just give it 0. Okay, enter, save it. We come back here, we give it a value called this thing, click OK, and we get the output. Okay, so we get the output right here and then. Now this is character at 0 index. So now character at is a method that fetches a character at a particular number. So whatever number you give here, you will be able to fetch the character here. So for example, if I use 2 here, Control S, and if I give my name again, click OK, you will see the E. Now E is basically from the second index. 0 being first, 1 being E, and then this is the second index. Let's just use a better name. Now once you have written the code, the advantage is you don't need to execute whatever. Once the code is written and the function written, for example, if I change the name to Ali, now I click OK, it will fetch I. Okay, I'm not saving the code, I'm not changing the code. Now the function has been written, the code is there. Whoever the user is, whatever their name is, they just write the name and you just click on OK. And what it will do, it will check the data, fetch the data, and print that particular form. Okay, so another way of doing it is that maybe we can do a small validation. Okay, the validation can be, for example, we can write if, we can write if, and if can be, for example, this name. Name is again the variable name here, which contains or which will have the data from the form. So whatever we enter here will be actually stored in this name variable. So we said go name dot, or let's just leave it name is equals to empty string. Okay, bracket close. If in a case user doesn't enter anything inside this name form, what should happen then? In this case, it will just give us nothing, no outputs, but we want an error to be there. So we can say if such is the case, maybe we a window dot alert should be generated. Okay, and that window dot alert can be about that enter your data correctly, bracket start, enter data in form. Okay, so we save it. Else if this is not blank, means there is something inside the name field, then generate this data. So small validation we do. So for example, there is no data here. If I click OK, we get a message, enter data in the form. Okay, so whatever message you want to pop up. But if we have data, for example, myself, then I click OK. So whatever is on this one index is printed. So this is another way of validating that you have entered the data in this form or not. Okay, so character at allows us to read a particular character at any given index. Similarly, there are other methods that we use within our system as well. So for example, we can use concatenate method to join two strings. Okay, concatenate, this is concat method. Okay, the concat method basically combines these two strings and numbers together. So but which you can usually do with the plus operator as well. Okay, the third method that we can use, for example, can be index of. Now in order to do the next validation, basically let's just use, for example, email address. Okay, so we have a text field called email address, and we want to ensure that the email address has been entered in a correct format. In order to do that, again what we do is we come here and we declare a variable called email is equals to, and we need to read the email from a form. So again the same process, we go inside the document, we say there's forms inside this document, the form name being bracket start bracket close capital user data, then another brackets, and then we need to find txt email. Okay, so go inside the document, read a form called user data, and inside this user data there's a text field, and fetch its value. Okay, semicolon. So now what we have done is we have read the data from the document and saved it in non-email. So this is a variable in JavaScript called variable, and we read the data from our form, we got the value from a text field of HTML and gave it to our JavaScript value. Now using JavaScript we can validate whether this is correct or not. So for example, variable index 1 I guess is equals to, I can say email dot index of bracket close semicolon in inverted quotations at the rate. Okay, which now basically means that we want to fetch the index of at the rate. Wherever there is, we know that every email address has to have an at the rate. So once we have this, we need to use that thing as well. Okay, and then let's just print this index of. For example, I can use the same thing. We have one paragraph that does this para. Let's just use a second para here. Okay, go back and give it ID para 2. Instead of gray, let's just give it, for example, green, so it has a green border, and color can be, for example, let it be red. Okay, so we have a green border color here with the para 2. Okay, so I just copy pasted the paragraph so I can use this for it. Now we can again go this with the same thing. Again, let's just copy paste it. I love to do that, sometimes it's just more easy. And then inner HTML we have got up till here. Okay, dot is equals to, and we just set the value of index 1 semicolon, press S. This is saved. Now what we did here is that we first created a variable called index 1. We went inside the email. This is the email variable here. This email variable contains the data that has been entered in the form, in email address. Then we said that find me the index of at the rate. Okay, find me the index of this at the rate, because every email address must have this at the rate. If there is no email address or no at the rate, this will give us -1 probably. Okay, so let's just find out. And then I use document.getElementById by para 2, I think, because this time it's para 2. We changed it, so I created another paragraph tag, gave it certain settings. Now go inside this inner HTML and print the value of index. So when we do that, we come here, this is my Zeeshan, and at the same time I give my email address. Okay, so once I click OK, there you go. Okay, so E is basically the third index or the second index. If I come here, where is this? Yes, the second index. Let's just make it 0, so it prints the first index. Okay, so again, oh sorry, Zeeshan, and at this field, sorry, it's just moving a little too early. Okay, Zeeshan@gmail.com, and now I click OK. So first character being Z, and the 7 represents the 7th character where the @ symbol is. See, so now we know that there is an @. What happens if there is no @? So for example, even in this thing, if I just delete and write this thing, so this is not a valid email address, but people tend to do that. If I click OK, it gives me a -1. This -1 indicates that there is no @. Now if there is no @ in your email address, means your email address is not valid. So what we do is we use this method index of to validate our email address. So what we can do here is we can write a condition now. Okay, so we can say if this index 1, the number we said, is equals to -1. If this is equals to -1, we can generate another window dot alert. Okay, this alert message then can contain message that enter valid email address. Okay, so if this is -1, means that the user has not entered @ sign, so we give this message. Else, okay, we need else if there is, wow, sorry, we go here now. So else document.getElementById, print that email ID. So Control S. This time I come back here, we go here Zeeshan, and then again I enter Zeeshan, and then I just leave it blank. There is no email address. If I click OK, it says enter valid email address. So this is another validation that we can do. Click OK. We have the Z from the first, but there is no index here because we have already generated the message. Okay, so similarly we can also validate various other fields like password and all other things using various different functions within our HTML. Okay, obviously it's @ as well as a full stop. So sometimes we do the second function as well. So if I copy this, let me do the email verification value properly. So we get enter, and instead of this time we will write dot. So if index is not equal to 1, and we use the AND operator, and we again say index 2 is also equals to -1. Okay, so in this case now if there is no full stop, then again it will generate -1. If both are -1, give me this thing. In fact, let me just write OR here, just pipe.
Okay, what this or means that either it should have and or each either one of them is missing, give me an error. Either one of them is missing, give me an error. Now because we are using JavaScript, we need to put this in brackets. If you are using Java, you might not need these double brackets, but in JavaScript it requires that you solve this expression first, then solve this expression first next, and then give me this bracket. So now if I come here, click OK, enter the form data which is blank, enter the valid email address, so we get this error. So for example, if I enter this name and there is nothing here, click OK, enter a valid email address. Okay, in either case it will return -1, enter a valid email address. For example, I write just simply this thing, click OK, enter a valid email address. So if I give @ but I don't complete it, click enter, still it says enter the real email address. So I write for example Gmail now, click OK, again it says it's not okay until I give a full stop, click OK, there we go. So now because there is and there is also full stop, now it's all okay. We can also print the value of a full stop for that matter. Okay, so I can use index 1 and then I can say plus and then inverted quotation, so there's a space here, and then I can say, let me just use a semicolon in the between, and then plus and index 2. Okay, so now if you come here and if I give this value and zeeshan@gmail.com, click OK, you would find these both numbers. So Z is the small letter, then @ is at the 9th index and dot is at the 15th index. This is what it simply does. Also sometimes we need to validate the space in this case. So if there's a space, how would we do that? Okay, we need to also ensure that there is no space in the email address. What if the user has given, in my case I have given the space, email address should not contain a space. Then what happens is that again same condition, we use another validation, Control C, enter, Control V, and this can be said index SPAC space. Let me use that, and instead of full stop just use space, and now validate whether user has entered a space or not. Okay, so now we have tried to find the space value. If it contains space, again, so we can use another if conditions. If this value is anything greater than 1, okay, then it generates this error. So for example, if this is the case, or, okay, again I add another or here, and then I write for example index SPAC space is greater than 0, greater than equal to 0. 0 is again an index. So if this basically means that it can be on a 0 index, user might have entered the first character as a space, so this will have a 0 index. Okay, it might have at somewhere else. So in this case we have said that it should be greater than equal to 0. So just in case the index is greater than equal to 0, if user has entered space as its character, this will give it particular index number. This time we have not used -1 because it has found a space. We have to ensure that there is no space. If user has found a space, it will give it a particular number, greater than 0 or greater than 0. If that is the case, again generate an error, enter a valid email address, and you can have more proper description. Make sure we write this inside the brackets again, save it, let's say Zeeshan, I give a space and then I print it @ gmail.com, so everything is okay. But if I click OK, it should give me an error, it should give me an error, it should give me an error. It didn't give me an error. Why didn't it give me an error? Let's just print this thing again. So plus brackets space colon and then plus again and then index, this time space, Control S @gmail.com. so if I click OK, so I have -1, there is no space. However, if I give a space, now click OK, it's a 0. So 0 basically means that there is a space. In this case, this condition becomes true. If this becomes true, it should give me this error. Control S, greater than equal to, I think if this is the correct operator, enter a valid email address. Okay, so here we go. So we have a space now. So if I come here, give it a space, close this .com, and give it an OK, enter a valid email address. I think there's just this symbol placement was creating a confusion. Okay, so enter valid email address. Again, let me just give it one more try with a proper letter. So I have given Zeeshan BHATTI as space, and then I write my email address at @gmail.com. So everything is all okay, but there's a space at the first. So if I click OK, it gives me enter a valid email address, and then obviously there is no error. If I just remove the space and then I click OK, and you would see that 7 being the @ sign, 13 being the dot sign, dot index, and then -1 basically means there is no space. Okay. Similarly, if I give a space here, click OK, again it says enter a valid email address, so that there is a space here. Again, this output is from the previous result. Okay. Similarly, if I give anywhere a space, so this is one validation that we can do with JavaScript of the text fields. You can also check the password field, it's not empty. The number of characters, for example, using the length function can validate that thing. So if I maximize this again, I think I need to switch this so you read it. So you can see there are various different methods that we can use. Some of them have already been available in Java. If you are coming from Java, you would have already used it. Okay, so we can use index of functions. Last index of basically means read the character index from the last character, so it goes backwards and fetches the data. Okay, to lowercase to uppercase will make the letters capitalized or small. Substring will return a certain part of the string as well. So we will try to do these examples in future classes as well. So hopefully you will understand a few of these things, and we will try to work with more of these functions in next classes. Thank you very much for watching. If any problem and confusion, don't forget to leave your comments down below. Thank you.